The Keshe Foundation, an independent, non-profit, non-religious, space-based organization founded by nuclear engineer Mehran Tavakoli Keshe, is introducing to humanity the science of the universe, plasma science. Keshe Foundation develops universal knowledge and space technologies that provide solutions to major global problems, revolutionizing agriculture, health, energy, transportation, materials, and more. The application of plasma science in the form of specially developed plasma reactors and other devices will give humanity the real freedom to travel in deep space. Plasma science exists throughout the whole universe. It is here and it belongs to you. Our knowledge, research, and development regarding the plasma structure has progressed to the point of enabling everyone to participate in the process. Become a creator and understand the work of the universe for the good of humankind on this planet as well as in space. The use of MeGravs, nanomaterials, GaNs, liquid plasma, field plasma, and other plasma technologies have come as a new dawn for humanity to progress and work in harmony with the universe. Conventional technology applications are wasteful, damaging, and cause pollution to the planet and all living beings. Plasma science provides solutions and improves existing methods and use of resources in all aspects that touch the lives of all beings. Plasma is defined by the Foundation as an entire content of fields which accumulate and create matter and is not defined by its physical characteristics like ionization or temperature. Also, with plasma science, we understand how we can convert matter back to the fields. Quoting from Mr. Keshe, MeGrav stands for magnetic gravitational, which means plasma absorbs or gives. And every plasma has the both. It has give and it has take. And when they can't find the balance, they distance themselves until they find the balance they can give to the others. That they can receive what they want to receive and give further. Certain atoms and molecules release and absorb magnetic or gravitational fields. Released fields are available to be absorbed by other objects. The Keshe Foundation has developed a way to gather these free-flowing fields from the environment within a resourceful and beneficial new state of transitional matter, which M.T. Keshe named GaNs. The first step of the process of the formation of various basic types of GaNs is nanocoating metals. This is carried out either chemically by etching, steam coating with sodium hydroxide, or thermally by heating, fire coating by gas burner. During either coating process, gaps between outermost layers of atoms are created. The residual coating is often referred to as nanocoating, defined by the structured layers of nanomaterial, which build up during the creation process of the coating. Nanocoated metal in interaction with other various metal plates in a saltwater solution creates MeGrav fields. These fields then attract available elements to form a specific GaNs, which collects and settles at the bottom of the container. This GaNs is formed from independent energized molecules like little suns that can be used in various applications.
The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and specialty to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to experienced farmers, agricultural specialists, and researchers to apply to the Foundation's private weekly agriculture teaching workshops. If you fall into one of these categories and are interested in plasma technology integration into agriculture, you're invited to apply. Scientists and agricultural practitioners of the Keshe Foundation continually develop and apply new methods of food and fiber production, soil fertility management, plant and livestock health management, and increased farm productivity using the most advanced plasma technology that is taught at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. In the teaching workshop, you'll learn the science of plasma technology and its applications in the field of agriculture for enhanced and equitable global food production while minimizing costs and external inputs. Practicing farmers and Keshe Foundation scientists will demonstrate their application of plasma technology in agriculture and the ensuing results of such applications, thus deepening and enriching learning for all participants in the private teachings. Participants are encouraged to demonstrate their farming practices in the teaching workshop. The private teachings are broadcast in English live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday at 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central European Time. If necessary, you may bring a translator to the workshop. All applications are required to provide proof of their education and professional qualifications, must pass a security background check, and are required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. Translators that attend must also pass a security check and sign the World Peace Treaty. For details on how to join the private teachings in agriculture, send an email to agriculture@kfssi.org stating that you'd like to participate. Include in the email your education and agricultural experience and reasons for your interest in plasma technology. Applicants will be contacted with further instructions and details on the application process.
Welcome, everyone, to the 171st Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, May 11th, 2017. And once again, we're here to hear from Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I understand today our workshop will be in two parts. We'll have part one will be an important announcement, and will be a different topic than the part two, which will be the regular Knowledge Seekers workshop teaching. So without further ado, we'll launch into part one now of the 171st Knowledge Seekers workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think you're there. Are you?
Yes. Good morning. Good day to you. Thank you very much, Rick. Just a small correction. The first part is the usual teaching. The second part is what we call part of Keshe Foundation worldwide, to start learning how to manage Keshe Foundations and how we have to react on the international screen of what C is done and is done to us and with us. And as we have grown to become a very large organization, we see interactions with different organizations, societies, and it's for us as a Keshe Foundation worldwide to know how to handle these. Not that they individually interact with us and we don't see them and they infiltrate the foundation in different ways that can cause problem or can be to our benefit. So what we're trying to do from now on, you, as we said last week, you see newer structures in teaching. And management of the Keshe Foundation worldwide is essential. We have to learn collectively how we react to situations and how do we stand it. That we keep our integrity as a foundation and we don't allow others to interfere with our work. If they are collaborative, we can collaborate with them. But if they come to collaborate and in meanwhile, in the background, they have a clandestine ideas to damage the foundation, how we can protect ourselves. And this will be done collectively by the whole Keshe Foundation family worldwide. And we start part of it today. As I said, our teaching on Thursdays become accumulative of total knowledge. Participation of the Keshe Foundations and different arms of the Keshe Foundation. And at the same time, every now and then, we start teaching collectively how to manage the foundation. As I've said many times, my time here is limited. And we cannot teach single one by one. Each one of us, through our physicality, has a time limit of presentation on this physicality. Do we have to be fearful of what they do or what they might do? Or once we know there is no need for being afraid of what anybody might do, as long as we keep our way correct and open, then collectively we can stand into the whole situation. We have seen many, many intrusion and attacks on the foundation in different ways and different channels over past years. We should not be afraid what they do. We should be correct in our conduct and keep that path. On the other hand, when it comes to running of the Keshe Foundation, as you saw last week, we gave a space, time for the education side to explain what they are doing. That more people can understand how they participate, how the teaching is done, and what they might expect from when they join or as they are the teachers or the students. On the other hand, another important part of the Keshe Foundation, this is here, I said the Keshe Foundation from its onset. If you go back into the mandate of the Keshe Foundation Stichting in Holland, it says on my passing, the management, not the ownership, the management of the Keshe Foundation will go 50% to United Nations and 50% to Universal House of Justice in Haifa. It's not that I was brought up by the ethos of the Baha'i faith, but at that time we saw the balance of the life to be as a Universal House of Justice, that they could bring justice. As we have brought the education and the knowledge and the know-how of the Keshe Foundation, the technology and the science of it, we have replaced where there has been a pitfall or no completed, or there is not efficient, effective, true system to run the whole organization. So, as you have noticed gradually over past year, 2 years, I set up to set the Universal Council. In the mandate of the Keshe Foundation, Stichting the Keshe Foundation, the Universal, or what we call the United Nation, will be replaced by the Universal Council. What it means, we take, now that we have established a structure, we replace the management of United Nations to take over the Keshe Foundation by the Keshe Foundation its own, what we call one race, one nation, one planet, what we call the Universal Council. So We have to know what the Universal Council is. We have to understand more of their operation. We have to understand how they will do, they replace the work of United Nations. On the other hand, we have replaced the Universal House of Justice with the Earth Council. They are to run and be followed as they wish, as the head of the what we call the Earth Council, in running on an equal balance across. One thing which a lot of people did not understand when we set up the Universal Council. Universal Council was set on the basis that if you're Chinese, now you can live anywhere across the world. It cannot be just China. So now the spoken language representative represent all the Chinese across the world. When we come to the Earth Council, the Earth Council is been chosen to be of 2-point reference understanding or totality understanding of the work of the planet. So when we have the member of the Earth Council being, let's say, Africa, in Africa every nationality, every language lives. So you see the connection is made, work as one team. There is no division between the Universal Council and Earth Council. They understand because in their part they have the support of the soul of anybody from anywhere in the world. This is because we become literally one race and one nation. And this becomes the structure of the Keshe Foundation. So I have given instructions, and in the coming time, the mandate of the Keshe Foundation, the Stichting, will change. And the control of the Keshe Foundation will go under the control of the Earth Council and the Universal Council. But as collectively, we have to understand more what they are, what they do, who they are, and what is their objectives, and how we can support and communicate with them. In that sense, we start as the teaching, as we did last week. We brought the teaching section, which is run by Jim, to explain what they do, what they expect. We, from now on, as we are adding more and more into the knowledge of our understanding of the work of the universe, we allow the Universal Council and the Earth Council members to come in and explain their position. These are the leaders of the Earth in running the soul of the man and the physicality of the operation of this planet in the coming time. So it's good for us to know who they are. As we establish their seats in Ghana, as we establish their, giving them the authority to be, that the Keshe Foundation worldwide, being the Keshe Foundation Stichting, Keshe Foundation of different locations, you call it Austria, Belgium, wherever, and all the manufacturing arm of the Keshe Foundation, which brings blood into the Keshe Foundation, and the structure of our work have to be controlled and be under obedience of these two framework work we set up. So when we have the Keshe Foundation manufacturing, all the income from all the factories, which is now running to nearly a handful plus, and they increase to numerous numbers in the coming weeks as we announce, as we are progressing. Their job is to provide finance for the members of the two councils, that they can bring, create condition, environment for world peace and peace of man on this planet. This is our objective. We do not go, as I've said before, to be a member of the United Nations where the strength, the force, the blackmail by one nation or other forces what they want to do. This way, when you make a decision as a member of the council from, let's say, English language, you touch every spoken English language person across this planet in mind, thinking, and operating. So you cannot touch or damage your son in Australia when you're trying to damage or benefit the other in another part of the world. This is the beauty of it. So what we do from now on regular basis, we ask the members of the councils to come to present the path, the way, and for you to understand more, to be able to interact with them. What I've asked Sandy, who's the General Secretary of the Earth Council, the Universal Council, sorry, to come today and explain. And in the coming weeks from now on, There will be allocated time, 15 minutes, half an hour, as long as they need, to bring the wishes of the councils onto the planetary condition that we all can hear. What are the wishes? We are here to serve. I see my job as head of Keshe Foundation to serve the Universal Council and the Earth Council, and that's sacrosanct to me. I've done that. I see them making some mistakes, but that's part of growing. We have to elevate their beauties, not try to elevate and show where they made a mistake. Even the mistakes they made in the future will become to be the benefit of the foundation. Therefore, they cannot make mistakes. Even in their intention, they meant good, but went wrong. But overall, you will see a comeback, because we don't see the work of the operation of the souls in the background. So what I would like to do is to ask Sandy if she is available to come in to explain, as she's an expert. She has headed all the conferences of the Keshe Foundation, what we call Universal Council meetings. And as a Secretary General, she has in her power to bring the members of the council. She has no power herself. She is the intermediary and operational intermediary as for the whole numbers of the members of the languages which we have established. Sandy, are you there that we can give you the floor to speak?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Would you like to take over and explain? You have as much as you like. And next week or the week after, we give you time to go in more detail and explain the expectation of the Universal Council from the humanity, please.
Okay. I set up something quickly last night after we talked. May I be allowed to screen share? Okay, I'm going to bring up a little PowerPoint thing I just threw together last night. For today's talk, I want to just give a brief outline of what the Universal Council Family is about.
We see your pages on the side. Do you want to make it your thing as full screen?
Oh, okay. Let me change this. Thank you. There, is it better now?
Yeah.
Can you see the full screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So this is just to sort of introduce you to the Universal Council family. And this picture originally was from the Dubai conference when the Universal Council was started, and that was in April of 2016. So we just came up on our first year anniversary. The Universal Council family is composed of 76 people from around the globe. We have 29 countries represented in 14 different time zones. It consists currently of 21 women and 55 men. And the focus of the Universal Council, as Mr. Keshe says, is to put forth the effort towards bringing the awareness of peace and equality to everyone by helping to share the knowledge of the equality of all souls, and also to help in sharing the knowledge of the Keshe technology. The UC family has basically three different types of positions. We have the language council members, which there are currently 20, 6 women and 14 men, excuse me. We have the support representatives who help spread the information of the council members. There's 55 of them, 14 women and 41 men. There's the Secretary General, which is currently held by myself, Sandy Esch, and we have the help of the Keshe Foundation Administration and IT teams, which are essential to the work that we do. This is the current list of the 20 languages we have represented in the council. We're bringing more people in to cover more languages as they step forth with the right intention of their soul. We hope to cover all the languages across the earth eventually, so that we can be sure that everyone can be heard and communicated with. In the future, my hope for the other presentations that are going to be put on by the Universal Council, I'm hoping in maybe under 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. But I hope you will hear from more of the UC family about things they have found inspiring from working with the Universal Council, and also about how the language members talk about their culture and the peace efforts that they are putting forth as being part of the Universal Council. As we do our work, we hope to share our work with everyone, that everyone can understand the purpose and use the council for their benefit. And also hopefully to open up some sessions to where maybe some of the public can ask questions and bring forth concerns. There are other ways to connect with the council. If you're interested, there's a number of Facebook chat rooms available. This is just a very small list, very, very small list of all of the different chat rooms. Each language is trying to open up their own, so that regardless of what language you speak, you have a platform you can come in on and speak to a Universal Council member. There's also the Universal Council public platform website, where you can go and see information that is being posted regarding issues of the Universal Council. That, as you see here, the Facebook account is the Universal Council public platform. And then, of course, if you do want to reach us and contact us, there is the website of the universalcouncil.keshfoundation.org website, where you can touch, hit the link, contact, and you will be given this sheet to fill out and send to us, and it will make sure that your question is received by the Universal Council and you will receive a response. These are the main ways of getting in touch with the council currently. There are other ways being developed, and as they come forth, we'll be sure to let everyone know. So that is a basic overview of the council and how we're structured. And in the future, I am looking forward to other members bringing aspects out into the public to bring more people into the awareness of what we do and help us with our work. So, Mr. Kesh, is there anything else you would like me to cover about the Universal Council at this point in time?
Not really. You've done a beautiful job talking at 3 o'clock in the morning, my time.
Thank you.
Fantastic in a very short time. What is important to understand that the picture you see in Dubai was to bring people to start the work of the Universal Council. The important part with this is that we already had the second and the third subsequent meetings of the Universal Council in Italy, and this will be the pattern. They will meet once or twice a year collectively till their home is built in Ghana in the coming time. And then we will go further steps. In them, they don't need to be always in the same place. As we understand the work of the soul and understanding, and the whole aim of the Universal Council is to bring peace to humanity, the members of the council do not need to be always in the session. They're learning this together as they have their own structure in the background. They meet on a regular basis, once or twice a month, and they are online continuously on the daily basis with each other. What they see and what they ask for support from each other they put it online with each other, and they know what their concerns the others, and they are building a very nice, what I call, network of souls, that they know what the other needs. They can listen to each other. They have becoming slowly a family. We've seen in one of the members of the Universal Council to become member of the Earth Council, Dr. Parviz, who used to be a member of the Earth Council, is a member of the Earth Council, used to be a member of the Universal Council, and they can't sit on both councils. So what we'll see, if you speak a language and you believe and live the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, we do not need physical work at this moment of time. It's the understanding of the work through the soul of the man. You can come forward and say, I want to represent this language on the ethos of the Keshe Foundation. We are very watchful of who comes in and how the operation is. We do not allow people of different what I call agenda to come in, try to force their way gradually. There is no voting rights in the councils. The voting rights go with the collective strength of the soul. The third council was kept 3-4 weeks ago, more or less, in Italy, and the fourth one will be totally members of the council. What we have done, due to the intrusions we've seen in different meetings of the councils and scientific council, we have closed the conferences, that those people who come in with the clandestine activities cannot interfere with the work of the foundation in that way. We're becoming more organized, and the council has a peacetime to talk. And in a coming time, now that the factories are into production and are creating financial assets for the foundation, all expenses of the members of the council will be met through the foundation. What this means that they will all have their own secretaries, and if they decide to be a full-time member on the council, to be what we call the peace messengers, they can do so, where they not only interact with the governments, but they interact financially with the governments. What this means, we start giving financial strength to the Earth Council and the Universal Council, which means when they sit with a government, as it is now, head of the United Nations has to sit and see what comes on his plate, that he can follow who pays him. The beauty of it, what we have set, and we are negotiating with the world governments in different ways, is that we have the financial strength, and our wish is peace. We support you to change course. We have started this in a couple of occasions in a couple of countries at the moment, where our financial strength, which is building up, is becoming our strength, that we are bringing, we are delivering. We want in replacement peace. Understanding peaceful motions, movements, actions by the government in the nation. We have started the process. We see it is working, and is uniting members of the government in so many ways, and the public. This is what the job of the Universal Council is. We have changed the course. As we've seen, when there is a power, financial power, they dictate positions. We've seen in the misconducts of United Nations, those who have and contribute more, influence more wars. But with the Universal Council, as they will gain more and more control of the assets of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, they use their financial strength to reverse the position. Instead of coming from out to run the foundation runs from inside to influence peace. Scientific research for peace, replacement of what the man is suffering with the tools of peace. This is what my vision is and shall come, because our goal is peace. Our goal is that no man will suffer on this planet. We take every aspect into consideration when we set something up. We have to understand why and how. It's taken me over 30-40 years to plan this out neatly. It's not just what I do. I have always envisaged this step, what will lead to. Why do we have to replace United Nations? Why do we have to replace the Universal House of Justice? Where the weaknesses and the failures has been that it doesn't happen in our structure. Both councils will make mistakes, there is no doubt. But in time, they'll be to their benefit because their intention was peaceful. So it's a gravitational peace which bring those fields out of the peace to bring those who are opposite to become friends. Now you see the structure, how we plan, how I envisage. We will pay in a full-time basis the members of the Earth Council and Universal Council with full support, that if they want to choose their physicality to follow the path of their soul to become the messengers of peace, they will carry no authority. They are there as symbols of peace. They are the beautiful rose flowers that by their presence you receive the flower of peace. You will see their soul, not their physicality. And this is how we set it. When they walk into a meeting, they bring with them the atmosphere, the emotion of the peace to the soul of the man, not to his physicality, and then that will reflect. To get to this, it needed time. I have spent nearly 20 years of my life seeing this target to be achieved. And it will come. It has come. And we see many governments, many major establishments have risen against the foundation. But the love, the peacefulness of intention has in a way taken over everything else. We don't engage in trying to defend anymore. We engage into spreading the peace because we have become one of the leading powerful organizations in the world as a Keshe Foundation, as number of people who join, work, or keep their silence, but they accept and they understand, and in the background try to facilitate. In the coming time, the Universal Council, the members will come and give you the intention, which means what they do now, they meet or they talk with each other. My intention is peace in this region. Now they bring it on the table with you on the weekly or whatever they decide to have. And it becomes the wish of all of us. And then you understand the strength of the field increases by manyfold. And then we'll see the changes. This is the power they carry. So what we are trying to do, if their wish is such a thing, and you will see and is part of your wish, your soul, the strength of the same become part of theirs and the field grows. This is what these meetings of the council is. It's what is the wish of them. They have no power to order and they have nothing to carry. They carry no instruments to influence except the strength of their soul. In so many ways they become clusters, and it's you who have to nourish the cluster to grow into a family and making the cluster bigger. This is how we now bring the administrative arm of the Keshe Foundation, executive part of our Keshe Foundation, and the financial part of the Keshe Foundation together. This is the beginning. The education part represented last week, the administrative and executive next week or the week after. And we see this not through papers, because papers do not exist in the span of universe. The communication of the souls does. There are no trees, there are no pens, there are no computers in the universe that you can write. But you can write with the pen of your soul, and the other side understands. Now you understand why we have chosen the Universal Council and the Earth Council to work through their souls and not through their pen. Because this is how it shall be. As we mature in our soul, we understand more, and we understand there are no pens in the writing of the Creator. It's the soul of the Creator which is within us that it brings this position. And as we becoming the mans of the universal community, we understand nobody can read Chinese, Farsi, or English in the universe. They read our soul, and this is the job of the Universal Council and the Earth Council, to guide humanity how through the souls they gather strength to become one. When we said one planet, one nation, one race, was to make one soul out of the humanity and not taking the borders, and we are on target. If you look, we have managed to make many of us to follow the Universal Council or the Earth Council members wish, and then we let it grow. When you go on the floor of the United Nations, one country with clandestine ideas brings it in, bribes the others, and then by paying and bribing or cajoling, they get what they want. With the Earth and Universal Council, the only thing you can cajole is your own soul, because they bring their soul, and it's for you to add yours to it. And you find out the more you support the councils, the more you have to support not only the council, but your own soul. You get enlightened to find new ways to bring other souls of different dimensions into the council. As I said, and I say many times, my wish is my command. My wish and my command has been for past years to establish peace on this planet. Through my technology and the wisdom of setting up the structure, I will achieve it. As we talk about the soul of the man, as we started last week explaining, a lot of you will come to understand how powerful the soul is. And now that we established the understanding of its point of creation, as is from the amalgamation of not only two pieces or two entities we call the egg and the sperm, but the whole society of the environment where the soul to be created have a say in it, we come to understand, or we need to understand, more and more about the structure of the soul itself. As I explained before, the soul of the man has a structure. Can I share, please, the screen? What does this mean? What in reality we are dealing with is for us to understand more about our own work and own creation. We have an entity we call the soul. In filtering by emotion, it gives us the physicality. Then there must be a certain point where the soul itself carries part of representation of physicality. The light is always white. The filter which you put in front of it dictates the color you absorb. In essence, the color you absorb is embedded in the light itself. Otherwise, it cannot manifest itself in physicality in what you wanted. So what is important for us to understand is that this entity, what we call the soul, must have a structure within itself. That in understanding its work, it manifests itself in the physicality of the man. The filter is the earth, is the condition of this planet. You change the filter from yellow, the light, which is the white, will show itself as yellow on the other side, depending on the filter. But it has to be inside the itself as the light, the structure of the physicality. Where this physicality itself receives information and interaction with other souls that it says, in this environment, I want to look this. But if I come to another environment with a different color filter, I manifest myself the same, but here with 1 arms and many legs. The filter is the environment of the manifestation and presentation, depending on the strength of the filter. So, if you understand this, you understand that within the structure of the soul of the man exists the physicality of the man, intention of its representation and manifestation at the point of physicality. What does this mean? What happens if the soul has or exists in interaction simultaneously as it radiates in different directions with a different filter, where in this filter even the existence of it is can show itself as another entity? Do we exist in different dimensions according to the establishment of the strength and the filtering of the entity we represent? The answer is yes. If you understand, it's easy. If you do not understand, let us explain. In the structure of the physicality, the filter allows us to be seen for us at the strength as a man. At the same time, as part of the soul of the planet and others, we manifest ourselves collectively as entity, as the soul of the planet. And then all the stars, all the planets, any other entities within the galaxy represent the physicality of that galaxy. Galaxies are one of the most beautiful representation of the physicality of their existence. In the pictures we see from what we call new tools of detection of the environment of the space, we don't see galaxies having arms and legs, but we see the interaction of their fields. This is their existence with no physical dimension. This is life of the entity. This is physical and interaction is totality, where to the eye of the man we do not see the physical boundary. But if we had the strength of the galaxy's magnetic gravitational field, we shall see the arms, the legs, the beauty, how it breathes. There is no difference in the world of creation of the universe. It's understanding the proportion, understanding the condition, and understanding the strength, how an entity manifests itself. Once we understand this, then we come to a very fundamental point, and that is, within the soul of the man exists the totality of the structure of the manifestation of the entity in all dimensions of the universe. It is dependent on the filter and independent on the observer. If I am blind to the color of blue, doesn't matter if you put a blue filter, I never see. But it doesn't mean that the sun which radiates its rays and field does not exist. But maybe I see the same thing with a blue filter in the range of the green, and you have 6 arms and 2 legs. Man has to come to understand the play of the fields, not the tangibility of the physicality. In space, we shall live in the dimension of our fields and not our physicality. the creatures of the universe will see what you call our aura, because to us, physicality of the boundary does not exist for them. They see according to what they are filtered by their strength to see. The totality of the given strength common denominator, which are created by the amino acid of this planet, dictates how we shall be seen in the depth of the universe. And what they do not see our physicality as it's here. They see the strength of our soul. And through the strength of the soul, they see the emission and the strength of the life. What is its intention? What it wants to do, what it's asking, and what it's giving, and how it likes to be seen. The soul of the man, in essence, is the man. If you wear a suit, or if you wear a bikini, or you wear a summer t-shirt, does not change the person inside them. It's still the same. The filtering is the clothing, that how it manifests itself to the outside. The skin of the man is the same thing, the same filter, according to the environment of this planet. Over the time, in billions of years, as we have seen, the strength reduces in so many directions, the size of the animal has become smaller and smaller. As we were further, filtering was easier, and in the weaker strength, the magnetical field was much larger, so it allowed bigger entities, taller trees, dinosaurs, and the rest to be created. As we are moving to the absorption of the central gravitational point of this solar system, the fields are getting condensed by the pressure from the sun itself. So it forces smaller entities, smaller animals, different climate condition. And as this process is very, very slow, the planet adjusts itself to it. But in essence, the soul of the planet is the same. So shall be the soul of the man from the point of inception. The beauty is to understand the process. The beauty is to comprehend it, not try to remember it and try to replicate it. We see many people are trying, producing different ganses, and through it they achieve different dimensions. But in reality, there is no dimension except what they want it to be. We paint our body, we decorate our body, we wear different clothes on our physical body to show our physicality. So is the soul of the man. The internal soul structure is very simple. It carries all information and connections with all dimensions. It decides how to manifest itself according to the environment and what it needs from in that environment for its next step in the cycle of its development. Why somebody is short, why somebody is tall, why somebody has a beautiful different color of eyes, and why some of us behave different way to attract the attention of the others to us, which means the way we behave is the need which our soul has for the operation of its internal structure for different entity and parts of within it. As we have taught about the operation of the plasma, how many times we have discussed that in the plasma technology, you don't have one hydrogen and two oxygens or whatever. You add the plasma on the rope of the plasma of the totality. This is why from the beginning of teaching, I kept on drawing this. Now you understand it. This is the tree of the life of the universe. Different strength plasmas attach themselves to it. This is the RNA of the universal community. This is the DNA, the structure of the soul itself, where everyone is accommodated and according to their strength, they position themselves. So in the chemistry, you have one hydrogen or two hydrogen and oxygen, and you call it molecular. In the plasma technology and understanding of the creation of the plasma, everyone hangs on to one central strong field common denominator, and with it they create different position, and with it they decide how tight or how open this manifestation might itself show itself. So the structure of the soul of the man inside is very much the drawing of the DNA of the humanity as a man understands now. But instead of having amino acid of this planet on its own, it has the amino acid of the universe. It has connection with everything within its structure, the same as when one point in the chain of DNA that what we understand is a slightly different position, you say is genetically inherited, is in DNA. Or in his RNA, when the man becomes more knowledgeable, does not look at the physicality of the disk. If you understand this, now you understand when, for example, we explain the position of the Universal Council and the Earth Council, is that many of us with different beauties and the strength will hang on to this, we give our strength to. So in very way, it becomes one cycle to the same point than many cycles. The structure of the soul of every man is a composition of the totality of the souls of all what has been gathered to create that soul. So we have what you call different information in the structure of the physicality DNA. We have the same thing, we have different plasmatic strength in the structure of the soul of the man. But some, according to the position, have to keep that they feed the environment which they came from and the environment that they were at peace with. Because the evolution was acceptance of the environmental condition in the presence of the filter of the environment according to what is available from the light of the soul of the man. The process has to be understood. And then in the interaction of the fields, the spinal cord itself in the center is the RNA, which is the common denominator channel of the energy to all the other entities in the universe. Collective plasma strength of totality of one structure is the connection of that structure with the other structures in the universe. And then collectively, each soul itself then become the same as what we saw before. Now, this is the soul of you, soul of me, soul of the others. With it, we make the plasma of this planet. The fish, the cat, the mouse, the worm. And then the interaction of totality shows us as a planet. This is how we would like to be seen, as a blue planet. Because it's us, according to what we wanted, has manifested us in what we want to manifest ourselves with. Because with the color of blue, it's like a flower which attracts certain fly, certain butterfly. Our manifestation of the color of our blue to us is, this is how beautiful we are, come and look. What do you do when you walk into a garden and you see a beautiful flower in the middle of the grass? You go to it to see how it smells, how it looks, how beautiful it is. Because it has shown its beauty to attract your attention. So is the planet Earth in the universal community. The color of our planet is the manifestation of, we are here, have a look. And it's such a gorgeous blue that everybody wants to look. And they come and smell, they taste, they become, and they have become part of the structure of the life of this planet. As they came with their soul, they came inside the flower to become part of it, to enjoy its beauty. Now you understand, we have been promoting and spreading our beauty across the universe, that we are here. And ask yourself one single question. When you have many people passing the path of a garden and one beautiful flower, you think nobody will walk to it to smell it and taste it and admire its beauty? Then you understand how the people, the entities we brought to be, to smell, to look at this beautiful color blue planet, have become part of the planet. And very much the same as what we do when we see a beautiful flower, we take the seed to carry its beauty to where we go. This came from the blue planet. It's the flower of blue planet. The soul of the man of this planet for a long time has spread the span of universe without the man to know. They did not take the physicality of the man, but they took the soul and the beauty of the soul of the planet to spread the flower of the life of the man into other parts. There is no difference in the level of the creation. Maybe now you understand a little bit more that how the man has already been in the essence of his soul in many parts of the universe over the time since he started advertising himself with the beauty of this flower. So if it has been to you something strange, now maybe a little bit easier to understand that the soul of this planet in manifestation of its physicality has been taken across the universe and universes to show it. You go to Japan, you take a souvenir to show you've been there and show its beauty. You go to China, you do the same. We become the tourist of this planet, and the only thing we carry with us to show we've been there and seen and enjoyed the beauty of it is the souvenirs of something or the other. There is no difference in the world of creation. If the man thinks that it's the first time he shall go into space the way we are teaching it through the soul of the man, far from the truth. From the establishment of this planet, the color of this blue, or the colors which was before becomes blue, has attracted many passengers of the universe. And they have taken souvenirs of the soul of the man and not the physicality of the man. Maybe now we understand why we set up the councils. For those souls who have traveled across the universe in the coming time, they find a communication line as they carry the essence of the amino acid of this planet from the essence of its creation. To some of you, this is far-fetched. It's far from what you could imagine, but this is the reality of existence in the universe. Have many of us who've been in the space of the universe come back and brought our souvenirs with us and live amongst the partial physicality of the man and live for hundreds and thousands of years without us knowing? The answer is yes. It has never been one way. When you go from Africa to America and you live there for 10, 20 years, when you come back, you bring some of the things which are habitual in the United States back in Africa where you come to. So shall be the same with the man. The only difference is now we allow the soul of the totality of this planet to have the chance and choose if they want to take it to the span of universe, and not to be in so many ways enticed to go. Many of you who will come to be part of the operation of the motions, you will find out the restriction into the flight is the restriction of understanding the operation of your own soul, not the physicality of the motor or course. This is important to understand. This is sacrosanct to understand. We start the teaching of the motions in the coming days. In the next 10 days, the course starts. Those who look for the physical craft will be busy with it. And those who have elevated to understand the physicalities and the strength of the soul of the man will create their own space. Again, this time is for man to decide. The knowledge of the transportation into space will be taught in 2 levels with 2 masters. One, the master of physicality, and one, the master of the soul. I will teach the operation of the running, travel through the soul, and Arman will teach in a physical dimension. This is how, if you are physical, as I said, you choose the craft you want to carry your soul and your physicality. You decide to be on a bicycle to go from A to B, in a car, on a donkey, or in a jumbo jet. I show you the transportation, traveling across the universe through the strength of the soul. Arman will teach in the dimension of physicality. Then you will understand at some point the two have to meet, that the physicality has to manifest itself from the light of the soul. It's important for us to understand and start comprehending more and more about the structure of our soul in position in respect to the other souls too. We have been children in the kindergarten, we've been fed, we've been looked after, we never had to look. Now we're becoming adolescents, we are becoming little boys who now have to decide which food they like, not what food put in front of them. They decide what clothes they want to wear, not what mom had chosen to be put on them. Now we come to understand how we would like the humanity to manifest itself in the universal community. And then collectively, as a soul of the universal community, we decide. Do not forget, the fish has a say in it too. We have to understand that is the totality of the soul of the entities which are connected to the amino acid link of this planet, which will decide the amino acid of the animals, the amino acid of the plants, the amino acid of the water, the amino acid of the stone. Even the stone has an amino acid which man never understood. Otherwise, it shall not be there. It's the structure the same as one is black and one is Chinese looking and one is white and one is Portuguese looking and the rest. So the pebbles on the sea and the ocean of this universe and this planet. We are becoming wiser, very much like centuries ago. No one was there to explain the operation and the function of different part of the heart, the liver, the lung, the brain and the rest. Now we are opening into anatomy of the soul of the man. We have to understand where does it store and what we need from it to give us what we need to manifest ourselves in a given dimension. Now you understand. We start becoming the chameleons of our soul in the dimension of the physicality of the observation as we want to. The soul wants to show its cleverness of what it has gathered. You'll find a clever physicality. The soul wants to show itself in the beauty of the eye, that it can attract enough to feed in what is short of. Because it's the game of the stronger to the weaker. The weaker shows itself by manifestation of what it needs to attract the stronger, that it can feed itself. So it manifests itself in a beautiful body of physicality that by adoration and observation and attention of others to it, by giving their soul, it feeds itself which is weaker. This is how we attract. We create the weakest in our soul, that the physicality manifests itself in manifestation, that what it can take. So, if you understood how we deplete a cancer from its energy, or we raise the emotion from one other energy, now you understand how our body even manifests itself in the color, in size, in shape, in every others. This is what I need to be to attract only one bee or hundreds of bees. The weaker I am, the more I need to elevate myself, the more I make myself beautiful. That I attract more, that I can bring myself in balance with what I need to feed to elevate my other parts within the structure of the soul of the man. Now you even understand why we appear to you. A bird would be beautiful thing. You've never seen such a beautiful bird. Because with it, it creates a attraction to it that it can feed its soul. We look at the physicality of the feet of the bird, but the intention and color of the bird is to attract the others, that what it can feed itself. You might see the bird once, but don't forget that bird has seen by many other birds and the others in its own dimension. Maybe if we understand this, we have to redefine the word love. What is love, and why we give, and why we demand. Why do we call it the love? Because it's the emotion filter of the soul, and what this filter is, wants to give, that in giving, it gives from its source out, that it brings back itself in balance with its environment. If this understood, the humanity will reach a new level of understanding of its own soul, and not many understand this. When you say, I love you, is not the word, but is what is come from the soul of the man. And it's a blind who cannot see. And when you cannot see, you hear, you call it fake. Because you are not, you do not want to share, because by sharing you have not learned that you have to give to receive, and in one way when you give more, you receive more. The understanding of the operation of the soul of the man in manifestation of his physicality is not the beauty of the presentation, it's the beauty of the soul. I cannot teach more unless the man becomes wise to understand the operation of his soul. Try to understand, not to look at the physicality dimension, but look at the soul as a light that it leads to manifestation of the physicality. Because in the space from now on, this is your point of reference, not the physicality. If one understands this, one man becomes the true man of universe. And there is no need for a spaceship, as the ship of the man is the soul of the man. And it sails on the field's strength, not on the wind of the physicality. The understanding of the operation of the soul of the man is the cornerstone of the next step in development of the man itself. The words I've said this morning, most probably 99% means nothing to those who are blind to the truth of the creation. But those who get touched by it will elevate their soul. And with it, they become part of the universal community in the time to come. Peace is not the word. Peace is the filter for balancing that everyone is in comfortable position, that they can give and take as much as they want and as much they want to give and they want to take, and no more. When we talk about a peace, everybody thinks there is no gun, there is no bullets, there is no knives. Maybe it's time to understand peace in the world of universal language is accommodation of the distance gap between that both entities give and take as much as they need, but guarantee their survival. Do I need to tell you I love you? No more. Because I take distance till you are ready to accept my love. Because to you is too far up or is too far low. And for it, you have to justify your behavior. The same is across the universe. Our behavior is our positioning in respect to the others. Love means this is how much I give. Love means this is how much I'm prepared to accept. Love itself has two dimensions like everything else. It's magnetical and gravitational. And in our love to travel the depth of the space, from now on we position ourselves in the distance and positions in the universe. This is, I love to be there. The other dimension of it, in the interaction of the filter of the physicality, we call it wish. My wish is my love. And my love is what I'm prepared to give and how much I'm prepared to take. The members of the Universal Council and the Earth Council know no dimensions once they become a member, and they lose it once they leave their seat. They receive a common denominator strength from the other members. Very much is the club of the souls of the planet, with one central point that they all focus to elevate themselves to that level. Now, as I taught last week about how the soul of the man is created, now we see in totality how we create the soul of the universe, the planet, the solar system, and the rest. We don't come here to all be how to make energy and how to make cancers for this disease or that disease or making material. These all have been a bait for those souls who are looking for to understand the time of the maturity of the soul of the man has arrived. It is man who has to take the step. The dream of the man to become a man of space is first to become the man of the planet, or the whole planet, that with it you become part of the space. Maybe I'm too far for most of you to understand, and I hope I have managed to convey the message of the universal community into the man through the soul, that it's time to understand you have already been part of the structure. It's you who have been blind to it. It's you who have created the filter. And you have the capability to manifest yourself and to travel in every dimension, as far, as much, as little as you want. The more you put in, the more you receive, that you can elevate. The less you give, the less you receive. Shows have been the station of the man. As I always say, blessed those souls who understand and they elevate themselves. Now for the first time, we understand that the structure of the soul of the man is the structure of the physicality in the manifestation dimension, but in a bigger scale is the collective plasmatic fields of the other souls' interaction that make that soul. So we say we carry the gene of our great grandfathers. We carry the soul energy of theirs as they created us. And that way, that's why we can connect to uncle we never seen, because through the genetic, or what you call it, plasmatic fields, has been part of us. Because it's itself has created that chain in the gene of the amino acid of the man, of the DNA. Maybe man can understand more, but maybe man is not ready to understand more. And what he cannot understand, he resists to destroy. Or he would like to have a dimension of physicality with it. We can teach for centuries. We can teach for decades to come. But when the soul is not ready to receive, is a beautiful, sweet song of a bird to the deaf ear. Till you gather the strength and understanding of the totality of the reason. As I said, a flower to you is blue, but to me could be green. It depends what filter I have put in there and how I want that filter to manifest itself to me, that I feel comfortable to be part of it. We have become too physical to see. We've gone so much that our ignorance of the knowledge of the creation has become the cause of our own demise. Do we need to understand more that we become detached from the physicality? In fact, we never become detached from physicality. We just move the filter to show where the physicality now where we want it to be. Because it does not matter how strong the sun is, at one point or another has shown itself at the level of the moon, at the level of Saturn, or at the boundary of its plasmatic field, what we call the shell of it. Understanding the structure of the soul is the cornerstone of the development of the man in the universal dimension. Otherwise, man will be stuck in the dimension of physicality. Many times I said, I'm ashamed to be in the body of the man, because the filter which is created for me to be in that manifestation brings me pain and nothing else. Means I cannot give, and when I give, it's not taken. So I'm frustrating myself in giving, and not being taken by the fields which I give, which is for peace, for the love of this planet. Now, those who say, why you're ashamed, is the shame comes on wasting too much energy, giving so much, and not getting people taking enough, because they like to stay in the dimension of physicality, and that is a waste of time, energy, and in so many ways, my soul. But in the way we look and we say it's worth it, because many are changing. And then if we add up more and more, many more will change. No dispensation has ever achieved to reach so many people in such a short time as the Foundation. This is the dispensation of the Creator, and not the man. This is the time for man to grow, to become part of the universal community. And only man can resist it, because he wants to stay more in the dimension of physicality. When you look, those who create love, they create pleasure, those who create the comfort for the others find peace within themselves, because they receive more. They understand more by receiving more, and they get enlightened. You start looking within the structure of your soul to find out which position it has taken that you show and manifest yourself in this dimension of physicality, and why. The physicality is not just the body, eyes, the color of the skin, it's the operation of the emotion of the man. When you want to change, the sun is the same. It's the filter which has to be understood, has to change from green to blue, that you show in the dimension you are what you will look. Even though, if you decide, you will see the transmutation of your own structure as you enter a new dimension. Man in the future will see something very, very strange. Man has to understand. You all know this, and you all understand this very, very easily. What does this mean? The explanation of it has to be the level that all man can comprehend. In the time when a man travels in the spaceship, in the condition which is created in the spaceship, this is what we look to each other inside. Once we come out, we are running into problem with this again. Maybe the knowledge means is not time to be shared. Many times when I see these things happen, I understand the knowledge has not to be shared. It's not time. Let's us say the man decides to land on the planet. This planet has a different strength. In this, you were looking like this because the environmental field of this system is the earth level. Here, the strength is different. And in transportation from here to here, you will find yourself in totally different physical entity. It will be very hard for man the first time, because remember, it's the filter which is decides the manifestation. Many times man will experience this. Here at the moment on earth, when we want to enter, we have to stand what we call the atmospheric shield. Here man will go through a beautiful feeling of transmutation from one entity to another. And when you go back, you'll come back to what you came out. Now you understand in the past teachings what I said, man never dies. Because when the soul, which is the essence of its creation, leaves a physicality to be known as it is, takes a new dimension and physicality in the new strength where it chooses to reside in. This change at this point of field transfer exchange will be one of the most beautiful experiences man will do. Many creatures of the universe have become addicted to it. It's an addiction. It's the way that you live in many dimensions, but not in one. It's what is called the joy of being part of a universal community. Because in so many ways, in this craft, you live for 1,000 years. In this dimension, for 10,000 years. Because you use different field strength of higher order, it means you can live longer. You can extend the time, or you can reduce the time according to the environment. The cycle of the travel in deep space will become a joy to man of space, as long as they understand the physicality of this ship is a mirage of vision of the man, not the true about the soul of the man. Teaching this will take time. Understanding it will take longer. And some of us will jump into it and swim like a fish as we always been in it. And some of us, on the fear of unknown, what will be look like on this position, will stop us to jump. And our own fear will lock us back onto the planet Earth. And we do anything to be here, not to take the step because we feel comfortable here. And this is all right. Not every entity will take into the deep space. Not every man will go. As they see the balance of their soul of attachment to what we call the earth is the peace to their soul. Not many men travel and take home in another position on this planet. Because home is comfortable, everything is there. I don't want to immigrate. And some of us, we don't immigrate, but we call ourselves travelers. Because we would like to be there, but just enough that we can come back to confirm our existence according to the place and the souls we are used to. Now you understand more about the structure of the physicality of the man. Finding peace within the man is the key to the manifestation of the man. And I am at peace. I have found peace for a long time. But my peace is the pleasure to my soul, as does not intrude the others. My peace is to teach, to elevate the soul of the others, to be at the same level as I am, as is the law of the universal plasmatic condition. You give so much from the stronger to weaker that you both become equal. But not going further down, but elevating the beauty of the magnetical that it shows in physicality of the same dimension. Many of you, at this moment of time, is too far to join. It's too far for your souls to be part of, as you have not become detached. And there are many of you who think I am, but in physicality, you have never progressed because the intention is tainted. And when it's tainted, it's only to the fool to see what he likes to see. Try to find peace within yourself, and you find your soul. And the peace comes in one way, not to be attached to nothing, but understand the connection of detachment is connection of attachment in balancing your soul with others. Otherwise, you don't exist, because you have nothing to be connected, and you have nothing to compare, to give or to receive. You might call it love, I call it adoration. When you adore something, this is what you do. And in times you will understand. I love humanity, and I give it all my soul to raise the level of the soul of the man, that it loves itself. And in loving, it means you give unconditionally, then you become the man of space and universe. Does not need no books, and does not need no one to teach. And those who think they know, they ridicule the others, because this way they confirm they know more, but in fact they have never understood. Try, you learned about your physicality. This is my toe, this is my lips, this is my ears, and this is my breast. Now try to understand different strength within your soul, and find his eyes, his backs, in the field of strength, and not in the matter of physicality. The present cycle of teaching is for elevation of the soul, as the correction of the physicality to come to the elevation of the soul has been taught by many prophets of the past. Question has been asked by the Iranians. Mr. Keshe, are you claiming to be Mehdi? Yes, I am. As so is all of us. Is the conduct of the bringing peace which makes all of us the promised one, because it's a promise we make to our souls to elevate it to the position of being one with others. Am I the return of the Christ? Yes. So all of us. Are we the Mashiach? We all are. If our intention is creation of the peace, if our intention is unity of the mankind and unity of universal community. This is what man has to be educated and elevated to understand is. I am the totality as you are. It's you who has to decide how much of the total you want to manifest. And if those who understand this will understand the totality of the creation. If you think it's the man who goes to work and he has to get up and to go and do this and that, in the level of the soul, there is no rest and no time, because you have continuously to be aware, work, to give, that you don't take, and it takes a lot of energy, because the more you get, the more you give, and God knows what, the cycle never stops. Then, for it to become the norm, you create and open yourself to the balance of the creation. I cannot tell you I love you if you consider it as a fake, because to the level of understanding, you never understood the love. Which means you never understood what was given, as you have looked too much inside yourself what you can take, not to give, but you thought you gave a lot. Which means you have put dimensions on it. So I don't want to accept. The emotion operation of the soul is very much different than the operation of physicality. And there are those who translate it to the others that this is the way your soul works and this is what is done, because they never understood, but they use the weakness of the man to tell or confirm or try to tell them or inform them this is how it should be, because they never understood. But to the eye of uneducated, they are very right. Learn the message, learn to understand. As I've said many times, Sandy wins, Caroline, Dirk, we are all part of the same soul. It's us who has to become as part of the totality to work as one. Even though sometimes we work and it looks to be opposite, as I said, at the end it works out to be correct. It's a lot for a lot of people who don't understand. But I understand the totality. I give till the time that when they mature. Or I take from them because I need it for my maturity. In the level of the physicality and in the level of the soul. As you've noticed in past few weeks, I do not talk to revert back. I do not talk to do others, but we teach the direct work of the soul. Because those who are stuck with the physicality, they have to confirm their existence or deny the love they receive. But my love is equal to all those who exist on this planet. It's for them to accept it and use their pen and their physicality and the soul for the promotion of the peace amongst men, and not the division of the man. Understand the operation of the soul, you will become part of the universal community. You need no space suit and you don't need the skin of the man. But you become part of the soul of the universe. We are not preachers, we are the guardians of protection of the peace, which means everyone gives and takes as much as they need and no more. You have to understand something very simple. What the man does to himself as a total of 7 something billion men and trillions of other animals does not change anything in respect to its position of its planet in the universal community. Because in totality the strength is given and is fixed. It's just transforming from one to another. But the reality, the position, in respect to the strength of his universal community and the strength of his soul, shall never change. And it's such a minute speck of dust in the whole structure of the creatures. But don't forget, the specks of dust shall make the stone. And the stones will build the houses, and the stones will build the society and the life of the soul of the man, and itself altogether the planet. Man receives a lot from universal community because it's weak. But he has never realized how much he gives through the channel of love which has created and is one of his attributes. The planet is loving planet because it's made itself so beautiful to receive in a magnetical that it can give more in gravitational to those who need. This is the planet of peace in the soul of itself. Forget about those who create wars, because this is the only way they can get their attention, that they can receive something from what they don't have. In time it will change. In time, very short time, this planet will achieve peace. Find peace amongst the man, finds peace amongst itself, find peace in the order of its creation, in its position in the universal community. There is nothing strange here than before. Many societies across the universe have been through this passage of progress. Now it's time for the man to move to the next step. And the only way it does is as collectively the soul of the man accepts the elevation of his position. Die shall not kill, but die shall receive. People kill to get the position of power. But if they knew they don't need to kill, they can give more to the man of power, that he abandons the position of power by seeing his own strength is not strong enough to be the head or the king. Man will leave the position of kingship. My wish is peace for this planet. And there are many who try to stop the process. Because with it, they try to confirm they exist and no more. The only thing I say, we confirm your existence. There is no battle in the house of Keshe and the Keshe Foundation. We have put down arms. And we have opened the arm of friendship, unity and peace. It's for humanity to embrace it. And that has to be the function of every Keshe Foundation. Listeners, members, take it to your home and bring it into your house. And through it, bring it into the soul of your community and the nature of this planet. Let them write with every pen and every screen on this planet. There are no pens in the writing of the universe. So will disappear. What carried in the soul will exist. We start opening the hand, the operation of the world leaders, the kings, their operation of understanding. Not to expose, but to show that they are human, that they accept their position, that they are part of us and we are part of them. We start seeing the fall of kingships in the time to come. We instigate it through the balanced conduct, by exposure of misconduct. That they find out they're all the same. Will expose all of us. The way we see things don't fit. Up to now, there was full control. Now, especially with the new media into what we call availability, a lot can be exposed, a lot can be shown. And those who are misconducting find out they are on the screen. They are watched and they can be exposed. This way, they stop their misconduct, and this way we get peace. Very recently, I was sitting in front of intelligence officers of the United States of America. And one had a bunch of pieces of papers in front of him, little pieces of notes. He said to me, Mr. Keshe, can you tell us where have you been? I said, you tell me. He said, we know you've been there and there and there. Where else we don't know. I said, so your intelligence is not that good enough, is it? You want me to tell you that you can write in your folder? Write it. I reach the soul of the guy. He sees the physicality of his pen. I sat with the intelligence of another nation. And she says, why so open? I said, the openness is guarantee of peace. You got to learn one thing. When you live at my level, you see the totality. One of my biggest fear for years was to lose my family. I have no more fear, because if they want to be lost, they will lose themselves. My family does not extend to Caroline and my boys, extends to the humanity. This is what I've chosen. To be one nation, and one nation means one family. One race means one family. And this has to become the conduct of every Keshe Foundation supporter. The fear of not achieving peace was the biggest fear of achieving it, but not carrying everyone. But now the fear is the beauty of how far this beauty will grow. It's not the fear anymore, but it's the pleasure that is taking its roots. I have changed the course of mankind. Does not matter what is said will be done. But in time the mankind will find out it's done it itself to itself, because he accepted the elevation of the position and understanding. The way we accepted the existence of cars to be more comfortable, the next step is man to accept the position of his soul, then the travel becomes comfortable because he travels through the soul at any strength that he likes, not in the physicality of the metal box. We do not teach, we do not preach, we enlighten. And when you're enlightened, it depends how much you want to turn that light to become bright in your life. You can shut it down and you say it's a beautiful bright day, but the rest can see is shut down, it's total darkness. That's your decision. If one finds peace in the soul in that level, it must be that level. Many times I've received communication. You use fear to control. No, I explain what can be if is not done. To you is fear, to me is the clarity of correction of conduct. The soul of the man is a glass ball of the light which creates itself and reflects what it receives, digests it and reflects back. It contains its own filters in what receive and in what wants to give. When it becomes transparent, that it allows everything to go through it and only take enough that it can exist and give from it to the others that they can exist too, then you find out it's the crystal ball of the life of the soul of the man. It'll shine like the sun. I don't feel sorry for those who use the foundation to attack. I feel sorry that they did not receive the enlightenment, that they could see, they could use their position to enlighten the man. In the second part of this teaching, this is what it's going to be about. You start learning how you will conduct and you behave and collectively decide how you show, work within the society in respect to the others who try to change the course their way to keep, and for us to make a decision according to the strength of our soul. You call it managing, I call it understanding. Any questions?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Arthur. Hello, are you there?
Hello, can you hear
Yes, we can hear you.
me? The question is, when you talk about the soul and then the emotion and the filter, which is the same thing, and the physicality, if we take away the filter or emotion, that's the time we die. Yes.
No.
So
No.
can we
No.
take the filter away?
No, of course you can. The filter is for you to manifest yourself in a given position. If you take the filter, you shine across the universe.
So I can take the filter away, and and actually that's our goal, to take the filter away. We shouldn't filter ourselves.
In so many ways, you have to decide somewhere you exist. The filtering is a point of your manifestation at that level.
Okay, so anytime I change a filter, I can manifest in different.
Let me explain to you. It's something you always do, but you don't understand.
Okay.
The soul is in operation and you're asleep. When you sleep, the size of your fingers, your toes and arms and leg doesn't change, because brain has made the filter that in this dimension, this position, I want to be shown like this. But while you're asleep, even awake, in the background, your soul or the center of the energy of the plasma of your life is still in touch with your uncle, with your cousin, with your friends and whatever. So your soul is already works in 2 dimensions, but you've never been aware of. You call it a dream. Sometimes when it touches the filter of the physicality and you remember something in the level of the memory, and you say, I had a dream. But the reality is that your soul has been in interaction with other souls of the same strength, or it has connection with, or it sees it needs to make a connection with. So, as I said regarding the birth, we come from the liquid into the air, and now they used to call it all sorts of things, lack of oxygen or whatever. The man never wanted to understand the simplicity of just switching environment. It's the same. When you are asleep, which is the rest for the physicality, your arm and legs don't disappear. But on the other strength level of the same soul, you are in touch with your uncle, your cousin. And if there is something there, they want to give you a message. When it comes to you, you translate that message. Oh, this is my uncle, and he's telling me, don't go there, it could be earthquake. You wake up in the morning, I had a dream, my uncle said, no, don't go, it could be earthquake. And then happens to be an earthquake. How did I know? How did he know? Because you only look at the physicality. But in reality, your soul is already working in many, many dimensions. It's apparent and visual and physical to me. I see you asleep on the bed, but inside the soul is in communication with the uncle, with the cousin, and everything else. It has its own party. Because it is made of the essence of their existence when they were in touch with it. So we are already multi-dimensional, but we never wanted to agree because we never understood the work of it. We couldn't understand that the soul has its own structure of the filtering. The filtering comes on the first layer of the brain of the man, at the face, at the interface between the soul and physicality. Is paper thin, is micro thin. Man one day will discover it. If you take the aura images you see, make it to go off the higher strength, man will find the position of the soul. Because we are only dealing with the lower strength. When it comes into the diseases, we will touch the soul, that the soul changed their physicality. Man will soon understand. Yesterday, I attended for a very short time into the medical teaching with Dr. Rodriguez. And what I saw the beginning of the steps in what he showed. To reach the soul and not the physicality, and the change will come. As a member of Earth Council, he's been given the gift to develop. And as long as he does not misconduct, he will transfer the knowledge. To you is a motor, but in fact it's the work of a plasma of the universe. The Universal Council members and the Earth Council members, especially the Earth Council members, they will understand, they will develop and deliver what the man needs in the fields of the need through the soul, through the physicality and operation. As they are, and they carry the soul of the planet. You will see, understand more very soon. We have to understand, it's the same as we could see it. We were all nano makers with the Chinese pot, but we never understood, and we put the salt in, it became GANs. We never understood that we all been nano makers and GANs makers from the time of whatever. We never stood still to look, how come we stay in the physicality of the body of the man, and at the same time we can dream and see others in another dimension. Because our soul creates different filters, or accepts to be filtered, or is put in a position of the filter by those who want to be in touch and be seen. When a man comes to understand the operation of his soul, he will see that is multi-language strength entity. You think you speak 3 or 4 languages, your soul manifests itself in many dimensions. The knowledge of it is beyond the understanding of the man, but is all part of the knowledge of the man. You have to be able to understand to open it up. Interesting time coming up, how truthful man is to himself. It's the love of the man, which with the sound of the man gives the message of love. You can find any excuse to refuse it, but it stays in the span of the universe as it's targeted for you. You target the love, and when you don't receive it, it's you, because you did not want to accept it, because it justifies your existence in the level which you want to be. No love is fake, it's the receiver who does not understand. It's the level that you put on what I want to receive, because I justify what I want to do with it. In so many ways I have finished with the man and the work of the man's physicality. It's the soul of the man which we elevate. And there will be a lot who fight, but they tend or pretend to be there fighting for humanity. But in fact is that they have never understood what the real soul of the man is and how it works. So they have to behave the way they are. There is no condition. I read something from one of the Universal Council members about the fear. And I understood the man writes, but he doesn't understand. He likes to see, and I bless his soul, because in so many ways as a Universal Council he has put it down, but now he has to taste it, and then it becomes part of his life. I can give is for him to receive, and in that process many people will get enlightened, because they elevate their soul level of receiving much higher, and because they know they want to receive more, by receiving more they give more, and the enlightenment will enlighten the whole humanity. We see what we give, but we never see what we receive, because then we have to give more, or take some, or keep some in the case of rainy days. But in the world of the operation of the soul, there are never any rainy days, it's giving days. I give from my soul to all of you to enlighten you. I stood so much pain and pressure. For what reason? Because I know in that process I give more, and in giving you more I enlighten more of you to be free from the shackles of physicality. But there are those who try to obstruct and make it the reverse, because in the world of physicality they haven't received enough what they thought they want to receive. In the cycle of life we choose. In the cycle of soul we have no say. Earth does not decide what fields come to it. It takes what is available to it that it can guarantee survival. So, Azajan, you already have decided the filtering. But there are many filters. One the filter of your soul, one the filter of your physicality. If you take the physicality, then it has to manifest itself somewhere else when there is another filter, then you'll be with 20 arms and 6 legs. And at the same time, your soul is operating in other dimension. That's why you call it the dream. The dream, what the man has come to accept, is the interaction of the operation of his conduct with other souls. The filter of physicality gives them name. This is the soul of my mother, so I see my mother. This is the strength of the soul I know comes from my dog. I see my dog in my dream. Now you understand how your dream becomes part of your reality. But you always work in the background. If the memory bank of the soul in respect to the physicality through emotion is switched off, you don't remember any of it, because the structure of the emotion has chosen that this is above this, I don't want to be apparent to the life of physical life of this dimension. If you can move that, you will see through your soul, and I do. Any other question?
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
Okay, so, I wanted to, one time, to know how does it feel, I mean, what does it mean, or what's going on after we die. So I tried the death by using the herb. It's called ancient herb. It's called Vilca, Vilca. So the Shabin people before Incas, they used to have ritual that they use this herb to go to the bridge between life and death and connect with the ancestors. So in the
Oh, let me stop you there. I heard this many times. Let's explain the fact. You don't connect with ancestors, you don't die. You just open that filter. These things gives the strength of moving the filter one step further. You never die. You're still in the same physicality. Your body doesn't disappear. I hear this many times. Let's explore it. Thank you very much for bringing it up, Azajan. You're a blessed soul, and I enjoy talking to you. You bring so much connection with the soul of the man and the physicality of the man, but you connect them together in a twisted way, which is good to unravel it. Many, what you call hallucinative drugs, flowers, mushrooms, have the capability to move the filter to a different strength. And when you move the filter to different strength, different things come in light, or you see. But then you have to translate it into the dimension of physicality. A wire flies, a cat flies in the air, but there is no wall. Is partially in the reality of physicality dimension of understanding, and partially is the message which comes and the filter has moved. The cat is there, but the wall is not. But the cat cannot fly, but the wall is there, it's just been hidden from you. Because of the strength, is the strength of the cat, not the wall. These hallucinative mushrooms, drugs, cocaine, they do mushrooms in what they call Holland and the rest. What it does, it moves that filtering to one way or another, to one dimension where the physicality in certain strength don't exist. Brick has a physicality dimension. When you pass it, it doesn't exist. Then you feel I'm walking on the wall, I'm in the air, but you're actually on the wall. It's the motion of the moving of the emotion strength in the direction and the dimension of the physicality observation. So we see this with a lot of people, especially in Holland, who started testing ganses of these wild mushrooms. When you take a mushroom or smoke it, you interact with the physicality of yourself, which touches your soul to a dimension of physicality. When you make the gans of it, has no dimension. You'll be high. If you have a connection with it, you can go to next door neighbor, you can go to the next country. This is the difference between the physical. This is what it goes to my teaching few months ago. If what we created understood by the drug addicts, one shot is enough for a lifetime and you'll be high all the time. Then that level of highness brings you to a new level of living. Then this becomes reality, because then you can live with physicality of that dimension. This is the work of these drugs which are psychedelic and the rest of which is put in the market. They don't touch the physicality, they move the filter of the emotion in respect to physicality. And they can be overcome very easy, very easy. You can take people out of drug addiction in less than a minute. if you know what to do. If you know what to place in where, because you take that extra energy out of, it's very much like a cancer when they give you chemotherapy. They increase the volume of this lymph, it cannot go through the bone, and then you lose your strength the other way. This is the injection of the strength at the emotional level, not at a physical level. Chemo injection increases potential in the lymph strength and expands, and the others can't do, you get the side effect. These kind of drugs, they do the same thing, but with the emotional filter in the brain of the man. And it's very easy to stop addiction, if you understand this. I know many, many Dutch Keshe Foundation supporters have tested and tried, or they came to Keshe Foundation to find a way to see how better it becomes, but it's a different dimension of feeling, because now it's not in your body, it sits in the pot outside you. So wherever you go in the house, is everywhere. You have linked to it. It's become part of, it's like I see the cat, but you don't see the cat, but the cat is there. Because I have the vision to see the cat with the night vision, but you don't have it, you don't see it, but it doesn't ignore that the cat is sitting in the dark. In so many ways, this is how we get in touch with our sons, with our children. Without being there, we feel their pain, we feel their joy. Because they carry at the strength of our level. The world of drug trafficking with this technology is finished. We have to teach it. The drug balance will go bankrupt. There is no balance because there will be no more drugs. You can put one pot in the middle of Argentina or in Colombia, the whole world can be high. But then that becomes normality. Then we still become physical, but at that level. This is what I tell to many Keshe Foundation supporters who come to us with these kind of things. Understand it, what you do to yourself. We don't do this or we don't do that, we don't forbid this and we don't say don't do that. Time of doing and telling not to do is gone. It's you that, according to your intelligence, you have to decide what you want out of life. We guide you to the passage of the soul to understand the essence of the creation from its origin. The physicality you choose. Any other question?
But Mr. Keshe, the drugs you're talking about, they give you hallucination and visions.
What is the hallucination? What is the vision? You move the filter of the observation to you, yes, inside your vision of your eye.
Yeah, but with Wilco, what has happened, my experience was there was no vision. There was a huge noise of as if you were in a spaceship, you were going to eject.
Yes, so it reaches the level of your strength of your ear, your hearing.
And then at the end where I was, it was no vision. I ended up in a place that there were all people with a long white robe, and I was among them, and that was it. And then 1 hour and a half later, I was back in my body. And
can I ask you a question? So, what does a man see in the white robe?
I don't know.
And when you die, they put you in a white coffin, don't they?
Yeah.
White sheet. You come from an Islamic background.
So that's what I saw.
That's what you want to see, an end to the dimension of physicality.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Keshe, there's a question on, excuse me, on the live stream from Krasmir, who says, second while I get my glasses on for the fine print here. Mr. Keshe, if the amino acid is the common denominator for the soul when we are in the physicality, what is the common denominator for our soul after we die?
stays the same. The common denominator of the universe is the common denominator of the whole creation. Because that's where we come from. The lower level, which is the physicality of the amino acid of this planet, it diminishes. Now you go to a higher level. It's the same as we always say. The more you give from the magnetical, the more the stronger gravitational field appears. We never die. Man, once the soul of the man is created, it changes in manifestation of presentation of physicality of itself. And it comes to a point that it divides or gives so much to become part of. We never die. It's impossibilities. Changing dimension of the physicality of life does not mean the end of the existence of the soul.
Okay, well, there's a second part to Krasmer's questions here. He says, if only new souls are created, what happens with the old ones?
There is no old one. There is no old one. You are there. It's just that it's the same thing. There is no old one. That stays as it is. The old gives to the new to bring it to the balance. But the new is part of the old. That's where it came from. By the division of its lights, by radiating its light.
So they exist at the same time, you mean?
Yes, of course.
Okay. And
let me explain something. In a dimension, and we all are very wise now, understand hopefully a lot about nuclear structure. When a proton is created out of a neutron, and there's another electron which is created out of it, but they are still part of the same nucleus. What happened to the neutron? Something which a lot of nuclear physicists have never understood, and it has to be understood. That is, when we say it is 50, let's say, protons and 50 neutrons, and let's say 50 electrons on one element or energy pack, whatever we call it, those neutrons inside the nucleus are not always the same 50. They radiate so much that they become part of the others, but the atom, the structure absorbs so much energy that it creates the new 51. The existence of the atomic structure, nucleus structure, proton and electron, is not the same neutron, the same proton all the time in the same center, in the same position. As they dissipate, they create a condition for a new one to be created. And that's if that creation does not take place, not enough absorbed, we call it nuclear decay. But the protons and electrons and neutrons are continuously diminished, and a replacement, a fresh one is created. Man never understood this, because to them, okay, we have an electron is there, but if you watch the life of a proton in a nucleus, it disappears because it gives so much energy. But in giving that, it creates a new environment for a new proton to be created. From the cycle of the beginning of an atom, the same electron and proton and neutron never exist when the division comes. It's very much like the cell of the man. Your skin changes every 28 days. The same thing happens within the internal structure of the nucleus. We say this atom has 50 neutrons. Those neutrons are not there all the time. They give so much. But they create a condition, a new one is created in its place, maybe slightly weaker, but stronger, that the atomic structure changes if the receiving is not enough. This has never been understood in the world of nuclear physics, in the atomic physics. And they say electron is there. Even an electron changes its structure, a new electron, every second, every time when it reaches a new dimension. No proton in the center of a nucleus is the same proton from the day it came. It's not on the skin of the man. We say the oldest cell in the body of the man is 9 years old. It's the same with the atom. There is no difference in the world of creation. What is given is renewed by what is received. A new proton. Now it gives, till it comes to a point it cannot give. It becomes part of the energy of the nucleus, but because of its position, you've seen it, you just nanocoat, put a material in a caustic and you leave it, and then layer grows. Where does it come from? It's replacement of the one from inside, from the energies collected. It's not the actual single atom which becomes the GANs or the nano layer. It creates, it pulls and creates a condition for it to convert to it. I was explaining this to a scientist very recently, and he said, we didn't understand this. We never understand this. It's very simple. I've done this many times in the teaching, and it's good for those of you who try to do nuclear, what they call nano coating. This is the structure of the metal. This is your atomic structure, let's say in the copper. Then there is another structure under it. We call this number 1, 2, 3, 4. We call this, let's say, oops. We call this, what has this happened again? I've lost my page. Okay, it's coming back. Now, if you look at this structure, this is, let's say, 5, this is 6, this is 7, this is 8. This is a molecular structure. In the nanostructure, now you get this. This is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. Now you have the structure like this. Now the 5 comes here, the 6 comes here, the 7 is here, the 8 is here. And as you build up structures more and more, it doesn't stack up. You create a field that you bring up into the layers. Those who understood this can do a lot with line of communication. So you bring from the inner to the outer, not from the interface stacking up. It's not a cake. Because you have created a field here which interacts with this. It takes position, now it's free. It doesn't boil up layers coming up. Nanotechnology is not a rising of a cake. It's replacement by position of the gravitational magnetic field strength. It doesn't boil up. The field which you have created here is separating this, and once the first layer is done, this tries to come to the weaker, then this tries to come to the weaker, and then they take place. In the future, the world of science have enough tools to understand this. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, Parviz has a question, but he doesn't have a microphone. He's asking.
He's silent. That's unusual for Parviz.
He says, can you explain what does it mean when you said people say that Keshe Foundation creates more fear?
They have tried explain what we do, what we are, the way we are, and they see this as a threat to their existence. So what do? They go out and create fear. In the second part of the teaching today, we'll come to it, I'll explain. Because by creating a fear in respect to the foundation, they try to preserve the present order of the abuse. You know, the time where when you say everybody will have everything and everybody will be at peace is not good for some people because they can't carry on with their abuse. I explain that what will be the consequence of not achieving a point. Those who see it as a point into opening the knowledge of the man as me creating a fear, because they cannot carry on with their abuse. There's an article on the internet at the moment, go and read it. It's amazing what it declares, how it's part of what we said, how Keshe Foundation was made to become a terrorist organization by one man, Mr. Bracanier. Because he wanted to steal the technology, we didn't give it to him. He made us a terrorist that because of the power he had, he could carry on. That he could steal one day. No one has served the foundation better than Mr. Bracanier. Mr. Hans Bracanier, of the head of the European Space Agency. By being a member of the, according to what is written on the Facebook by Mr. Lorenz, I will speak about this in the second part. Parvis has brought it up. But nobody has served us better than him in his, what I call stupidity of understanding, making me as a terrorist because he couldn't get hold of my foundation, the technology because he studied it. Maybe, thank you very much Parvis for bringing this. In the second part I said we teach you to understand. I would like to give you the history of the Keshe Foundation in the second part. How we came and how they made terrorists out of us. And now if you're a Keshe Foundation supporter, you become a terrorist. Made by one man, nobody else. Mr. Hans Bracanier, head of the European Space Agency. He made Keshe Foundation a terrorist organization. Listen to the second part. I think I better do that, then you understand. So by making me a terrorist, they thought I will give up and I'll give in. And they can carry on with their abuse. Nobody has served the Keshe Foundation better than Mr. Hans Bracanier, head of European Space Agency, because the way I was going and developing was a wildfire. You do not know how I was working 15, 20 years ago. When I discovered the gravity, and the thing was, the way I was developing, it was, today I'm on the break. We are going at the speed of turtles. I was going at the speed of jumbo jet. Hans Bracanier understood that and he wanted to keep it and hold it. He couldn't have it, he made me a terrorist. I told you, I was sitting with the American Intelligence Services a few days ago across the table, and I said, on your books, I'm a terrorist, huh? He said, Mr. Keshe. I said, I don't. He said, you know too much. I said, I love you too much. What happened? This making us, or making me a terrorist, blocking governments working with us, allowed us to set up the Keshe Foundation, allowed us to slow down that we could bring the humanity up with us. If I would have gone the way I was going and the collaboration with the governments which I was set to go, you would have never heard my name. No one served humanity better than Mr. Hans Bracanier. Now he's the head of European Space Agency. He was a little lawyer on the back streets of Leuven. Mr. Lorenz has written about him. And now on the internet, what is to be news, they've written all the facts about him. Go and read. The greed of the man allowed me to slow down. I had no Keshe Foundation website, there was no Keshe Foundation technology, there was no KFSSI, there would have never been any teaching if it wasn't because of Mr. Hans Brackenier. He made me a terrorist, but they couldn't find any bombs. Because he was sitting in the cabinet, he could push the Belgian police, make him a terrorist. He had a high position with the King of Belgium, that time Prince Philip. I will tell you the story of Mr. Philip, how the present King of Belgium came across the Keshe Foundation technology and how they planned to make us a terrorist. Prince Philip of Belgium had full hand in making my organization a terrorist because he came to Werhard to see it. They were in such a hurry to see it, and they sold the company in such a hurry to British government because they thought they found the secret of the flight. But I walked away with the key because they made a threat against me. And that's how we became. No, I became a terrorist because of Mr. Hans Brackenier, head of European Specialists. I have the documents, I can show it. I have his business card when he threatened to kill me if I don't give my technology with him. We got 2 business cards because Caroline was sitting next to me. He gave one to Caroline and one to me. I became a terrorist from the day I walked out of his office in Leuven. Before that, I was away to make Prince Philip, now the King Philip, King of Belgium, or the richest man controlling humanity. But it's good. I suffered. I paid heavily for this, what I was made to be a terrorist. And then they put police force, Mr. Delanois from Court of Belgium, federal police, to harass us, to attack us, continuously to pressurize us till we give. We packed up and we left for Italy. They lost it. What did they do? They killed Fabio. To threaten me, we kill you. But they tried, they wouldn't kill. I am the messenger of God. You cannot touch me. You touch Christ, not this time. But that position allowed us to become that, making me a terrorist. They kept me for 11 days in the airport. They're all afraid of this terrorist which doesn't exist. They haven't found any bombs. Because why? Mr. Hans Brackenier, being a member of the company, we know it. Now we see this on the internet, what he's done. He made me a terrorist. So you're all Keshe Foundation terrorists. Because I didn't give to Mr. Hans Brackenier. To the King Philip, present King of Belgium, came to Werhard the day I finished with going for development of the first space gravitational nuclear. I can show you the documents application form filled for the Belgian government. But since 2005, 6, 11 years, I've become the gypsy of this planet, trying to stay alive in my physicality that I can teach more. But it's been good. It was one me, and one Mr. Hans Brackenier, and one King of Belgium. When they couldn't get it, the father came, you've seen the pictures on the internet, threatening. I packed up and I left. I said to the king, I go, you abdicate. A few months later, after I left Belgium, he abdicated. Now the truth is there. Read, go on the internet and look. It's written as unknown Queen of Belgium. Search for it, see it, and put it into press. This is how we became terrorists, and now everybody's, he's a terrorist, but we can't find any bomb. And he teaches how to make peace. Doesn't fit, does it? We're afraid of him till he's done. Sheikh Mohammed of Dubai has been fear-fed that I'm a terrorist, better don't touch, because by the writing of, they put in the Interpol. If you go in the Interpol documents, secret structure, Mehran Tawakkoli Keshe is a terrorist, but they haven't found it. My terrorism is teaching science. But Mr. Hans Brackenier has made me a terrorist. But nobody knows that Mr. Hans Brackenier has got a huge criminal record. He's done this with many people. We have a case in the court of Belgium now that Mr. Hans-Brackeny, Mr. Delano, now they're trying to tell me or accusing me of doing this and that by threatening all the Keshe Foundation members in Belgium. And they put their names on it. If they come and talk to them, we put them in prison, we kill them. Willie DeLeo, who's been our supporter, helping a lot of people, has been threatened to be put in prison. Again by Mr. Hans-Brackeny. Again by Mr. Delano, Chief of Police of Kortrijk. I'm not going to start the second session. Let's put the second session now. This will be written in the book of history of the foundation. You better know it from me than anybody else. Some of you know part of it, some of you don't. I was born in Iran to a fairly wealthy family. Bigger family of mine is one of the richest family in Iran, the richest family in Iran during the Shah's regime. The bigger the structure of the family. The family, the bigger family employs over 100,000 people according to the Times magazine in the United States in 1975. I've saw wealth to the extreme, and I saw abuse to the extreme in my childhood. And I said to myself, in my time, this should not happen. In my age of 15, 16, I went to England because I knew I have to change the direction of the travel in the space and the humanity. I graduated from Queen Mary College in 1981 as a nuclear physicist specialized in reactor design system control. Trained 1 or 2 every few years. Very rare to train a reactor specialist. Designed from dust to full operational electrical system and running of a nuclear power station. At that time we were told there are about 5 of us across the world. The majority of us were in Russia. I met one of my colleagues equal to me who knew from dust to full operational control, designed everything in the system. I worked for a British nuclear fuel for a short time, and I walked out because I couldn't understand the injustice inside the nuclear industry. And secondly, it didn't fit my mind. I went into the world of business in 1982. I lost the first time I did a business, as I did not take my business side of the family, a very layman, scientist. I lost about £250,000 in 1981-82 in my first business, but I could take it. I was a scientist. I had enough to be able to take it over time. But I went to learn the world of business because I found out I know nothing about business, because I didn't want to be a nuclear physicist. Going to the business it didn't fit. I spent a year to learn business, but I learned very well in the different establishment trained. I became a very wealthy man in the world of business, because I learned from my mistake in the first time. In 1990s, I had offices in 5 countries, in 3 continents. I never worked, I never made anything physical, but my time was to understand by wealth I created, I could give more to people. I supported many people across the world, especially Iranian refugees. I made a tie with my mother. I said to my mom, I spread my wealth, but nobody should know it comes from me. I made the same arrangement with many people. Exactly what I do today. But I stayed a very normal man. Nobody knew what I owned, but you cannot run 5 offices around the world in 3 continents with no money in the pocket and work with the government. I became a hidden multi-millionaire, and it was good for me because I had 2 or 3 other friends the same way in Manchester. We knew how to work, but openly with the British government. British government was aware of all our wealth and our activities. I worked with the British Secret Service in many activities in respect to the peace in Northern Ireland. I remember many of you who know, I was walking on the pavement in the streets of Salford, Manchester, where MI6, MI5 officers walking with me on the pavement, and nearly both of us, or 2 of us getting killed by a car getting hit. They said to me, Mehran, you know the risk you're taking getting involved in Northern Ireland peace. I said, it's worth it, let's do it. Our job was easy. My job as an international businessman with officers was to dissipate the wealth of IRA and the priest, who was a terrorist, but he wore the cloth of the priesthood, Ian Paisley. With it, I made a lot of money for my work, for my businesses. We liquidated the IRA to nothing. We liquidated Ian Paisley's wealth to nothing. But at the same time, British government paid them a lot. It was a plan was set up. They needed an operational man to do it. I did it. I used my companies to move assets of IRA and what they call, at that time, the Union people and the Catholics and Protestants out of Belfast, out of Northern Ireland, across the world, to achieve peace, and we achieved peace. The payment part was very simple. The British monarchy, the power of the Church of England moves to Vatican because IRA won. They were supported by Vatican. Read the independent newspaper of that time. It's explained how the strength of the monarchy was taken. It was part of the agreement. Henry VIII power is returned back to Vatican. By that time, wealth meant nothing to me. I left my first wife because of misconduct, not by me. And then I came across a woman who was actually, during my operational time, running my business, Caroline. She's my second wife. I adore her, I love her beyond imagination, but she never understood. It's a love when you fall for the beauty of a soul. In that process, we moved. I had a brain stroke because of the pressures. Carrying on through the Northern Ireland peace and my internal problems in my, what I call private life, I had a stroke and I had to stop all my businesses for a while. But when I started working, I went back, because all the time I was traveling across the world, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on tickets. Space of air was mine to develop my technology. I used to travel most of the time just to be up there, to be able to think, to develop. I could see the problems. There are notes of mine going back to 1980, 1975, in drawing, developing, adjusting new type of space flight, new type of spaceship. I have my diaries which is full of drawing and correction. Space was a mystery, or was a mistress in my cap. My business was a wife. My science was the mistress, which was taking all my time. It was too beautiful. In around 2000, I discovered the gravity. I could see it, I could understand it. I saw where the mistake or misunderstanding was. I remember I got up, I sat in one corner and broke into tears. I've discovered it. Caroline said, what do you mean? I said, now I know how gravity is made. I have found the secret. And this is what I touch. I loved Caroline so much that I realized the center of the gravity was the essence of its creation. I made Caroline the center of the creation. That's why it's called Caroline Core. Then I start testing if I'm correct. I went back to Europe, to my root, which was British nuclear fuel, where I worked, And I asked for nuclear material because at that time I could see the division of the cells to create the plasma could be through nuclear material. In asking for nuclear material, the British government asked me to attend a meeting in what they call Military Museum. It's next to, across the water from Manchester United football ground, those of you who know Manchester. They gave me a time. I went to this meeting. The meeting was such a small room. It wasn't even 2 by 2. Very, very small. But there were a few people sitting around the round table. It was like a secret meeting committee. And I walked with these 5 or 6 people in the room with chairs around the round table. And a guy stood up and said, "Hello, Mehran. We've been waiting for you for 20 years. We know you come back to us." I said, "Explain." He said, "You've been invited here because we are all experts in nuclear weapon and everything else. And we knew during the time of your student time that you were after something, and now you come and ask for it. What do you want?" I said, "I've discovered the gravity. I want to test it." He said, "This is too powerful for the common man to know." I said, "I want to test." He said, "Become part of the British military and you can work." I said, "No, I want to be independent." He said, "You want nuclear material? You have to sign an agreement with the Ministry of Defense." I said, "I have no problem, as long as my technology is used for peace." It took a few days. They drew a contract, which I signed, with the Minister of Defense of England. It was too secret to be in the hand of ministry. I have that contract in our archives. So I signed with the Minister of Defense to develop the space technology which I wanted, but they could give me the nuclear material which I wanted. I didn't want much. I just wanted the alpha source, which I could, that time, I didn't know I can get it from smoke detectors. Otherwise I would have never gone to the British. In that process, when the British Ministry of Defense and security services start literally protecting us, I could see them everywhere. We walked around Manchester, they were a breath away from you. But those days it was not concerned. I was considered to be one of the top scientists, have discovered the gravity. Now I had to prove it. I was put in the hand of what they call a handler. They do it that I could do all whatever I wanted with him through him. He invited me to attend the Farnborough Air Show, where all the military aircrafts are sold every year. 1 year is in Paris, 1 year is in Farnborough. I went to Farnborough with Caroline and with our children, because for us it was just 2 or 3 days. But they invited me during the close time, which is for the heads of states and governments to buy arms. I got to the gate and I said to the guy, said, "You don't have invitation." I said, "I have this." They said, "This is a secure region, you cannot go in." I called my handler. I said, "You tell me to come here. I'm here with my wife, and they tell me I can't go in. What is the game?" He said, "It's a mistake from us. Let us talk." They called whoever, whatever. They came and they gave me a secure pass, and I said, "I want one for my wife too. We are always together." But I was carrying my briefcase. I said, "Caroline, this briefcase has to go back to the hotel where we left our children." And she said, "Okay, I'll take it back, you go through." And I come because she had a pass. I walked and I watched the latest military aircraft being displayed. All the highest people. I saw a few world presidents and prime ministers who I knew on the press, and 1 or 2 ministers I knew personally through my work. And as I walked this length of the runway of Farnborough, watching all these fancy lunches and everything else you could imagine, all the stores with the latest weapons, how to kill man, was displayed. I came to the end of the runway, more or less at the top. As I turned up, I saw a very big building. It says Lockheed Martin. I thought, I'm here I'll walk in and I'll tell them I've discovered the technology. I said, I walked in and the woman told me, what do you want? I said, I want to speak to someone. I've developed a technology which can work and fly beyond the speed of light. And she said, can you wait? She went away, she came back. A short man came. And the man said, it was around about 10 o'clock by that time. He said, can you come back after 12 o'clock? If you come back at 12 o'clock, we have somebody here to talk to you. I went walking, looking at more what weapons have man made to kill himself and kill the others in a way. I came back at 12 o'clock to the building. There was nobody in it. Huge. If you've been to Farnborough, Lockheed Martin building, you know what I'm talking about. It's a huge building. It's a huge, what do you call it, structure. There was nobody in. And I was wondering, maybe they're gone for lunch or whatever. And I stood, I could hear a very heavy noise coming. As I walked to the window watching, it was the F-18 demonstration, and it was pushing itself to go up vertical. It was making horrendous noise. As I was busy watching this, somebody tapped me on the shoulder. He said, Mr. Tavakkoli? I said, yes. He said, do you mind coming to the other side of the window, the other side on the balcony? I said, I don't mind. Why? There were two guys. They opened their badge, MI5, MI6. I said, what have I got to do with MI5, with MI6? Because I knew them from my past work. I said, what's the problem, guys? I said, I know you lot, we work together a lot. He said, no, this is nothing to do with that. This side where you're standing is American territory. The other side in the balcony is a British territory. We want you on the other side. I said, no problem. I walked to the other side on the balcony in front of Lockheed Martin. The guy told me, you have come here to sell British technology to the Americans. I said, what? I said, this is my technology. You British don't even have a clue what I have yet. But you're calling it yours? No way. It belongs to me. I'm Iranian. It belongs to my nation. It belongs to me. But it's here because I want to use it for peace. They wanted, I could see when I came out, there was there was nobody near. There was a huge number of police, the cars like you see in the movies, in front of Lockheed Martin. They made a barrier. And it was just me standing on the balcony. They cornered me with these two MI5s. In the discussion going on for nearly half an hour, a lot of shouting and swearing, everything you can imagine in English language could be used by me and by them. They were trying to tell me, I'm trying to sell a technology to the Americans, and I said, you have got it totally wrong, it's finished. Any cooperation with the British stops. I opened my phone and I called the handler. I said, you brought me here to trap me, to get me into prison? He said, no, this is a misunderstanding. He said, just stay there, I'm talking to the minister on the other line. The Minister of Defense who signed an agreement with me, who invited me to be in that show, speaking with the head of MI5, MI6, saying this is a misunderstanding. A lot of shouting going on with the open phone, everybody shouting at each other. The MI6 said, Mr. Keshe, we made a mistake, we apologize. It has to stop. Because he said to me, just give us one guarantee. Don't take this to Iran. This has been a misunderstanding. Please stop. I said, I came here to Lockheed Martin to speak to them for peace, for my technology to be peaceful, because I know what it can do. He said, you can speak to Lockheed Martin. We made a mistake. This was totally a mistake. If you go to Lockheed Martin, it has a structure like this. The building is very much like this. This is the building, the door. This is the door, a swing door, a wall here. This is the balcony where I stood with the MI5 and MI6, and the building is here. This is the way the building goes in. The MI5 and MI6, and by this time, Caroline walks through the Dalad. Caroline is shouting, Mehran, Mehran. I said, let her in, she's my wife. She comes in. That time, they realized the mistake, what was happening. The all these security cars parked here trying to arrest the man selling British security intelligence disappeared. They took me and Caroline here in behind the curtains, and the little short man who told me to come back appeared in front of me with all the MI5, MI6 and all the American Secret Service surrounding us that nobody could see. He said to me, the short man, go home. Within 48 hours we give you a call at home. Go back to Manchester. There's been a mistake. We negotiate with you with the weapon technology. He was the head of a strike weapon technology. He was a top man they had with them. The little short man who told, go back, there's nobody here. Later on, we became talking to each other a lot. And I realized he knew my background and he wanted to become a Baha'i. And in Baha'i they don't carry arms. He said, I have to leave Lockheed Martin to carry the Eagles of Peace. And he left after a few months. In that time, I started negotiating with Lockheed Martin for development of the program of gravity and anti-gravity. But what happened when they told me to go and live here, leave the Farnborough, I was so stressed, I was so angry, which I came here with such a pleasure to share knowledge. Now they did this to me. I was walking back, I said to Caroline, walking the whole length of the runway. At the end there is a big cafes, restaurants, sitting people outside. Caroline all this time tried to convince me, Mehran, please don't give up, because I know when you give up you don't go anymore, you stop everything. I said, you know something, in the future somebody will come and develop this technology. I had enough. So much shouting, so much draining of energy for nearly half an hour, and I was shouting on this balcony at each other, drained me. And I'm a man of peace. Why is this? Caroline convinced me, says, okay, you take a break, you have a coffee here. When I was coming to you, I passed a Belgium stand. I speak to my government people. We live in Belgium, we have a home there. Let me talk. I said, no, I don't want to talk to no one. There was a battle with me and Caroline. I want to show technology. I don't want to do anything at that time. I was so angry with the British government and with Lockheed Martin, what they did. To me, it didn't matter anymore. Caroline says, have a coffee. I'm going to talk to them. Just sit down, have a tea. She goes, half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever, later she comes back. She said to me, I've spoken with the Belgians, they want to talk to you. Can we walk back to the store of the Belgians? When we went back here, somewhere here, there was a big stand for Belgium in 2 halves. The guy said to me, can you sit down? We want to negotiate with you, but we have to have somebody here who can give us the authorization. Caroline and I, we hang around waiting a coffee or whatever, went for some time. Then the man appeared sitting on the other side and we on this side. The mediator, the guy going to him, coming back to us a few times, he said, we invite you to come to Belgium. The organization called FLAG, Flemish side of military part of the Belgian government. We used to go to Belgium. We had and were given visa to go to United States to work with NASA. The time while we were talking with the Belgians and me going back to Manchester to go to Lockheed Martin, NASA was in negotiation with us too. At that time, the head of NASA administrator organized a special visa for me. That time it was a problem between Iran and America. It was very hard, especially to get the Iranian nuclear physicists into United States. The administrator of NASA managed to secure through Washington a visa for me to go. I went to London to get the visa. I gave my passport and I got insulted so badly by the officer. He says, you think you can go to United States with this? No way, we don't let you in, you're our biggest enemy, and a lot of rubbish. I said, I've been told to bring this. I've been told, instructed by the administrator of NASA to bring my passport. He took it very insultingly. He says, you come back and take it back. We'll never let you in. A few days later, I received a call from American government officials through NASA that your visa has been issued. Washington has given you clearance to come to United States. I went back to London from Manchester. I went to the American embassy. The same man met me. He said, come into this box. He was very insulting. You will never give visa to people like you. I don't know how Washington's cleared. If it was me, I'd never let you in. And he gave me the visa to go. That gave me a very bad feeling. I'm going to have the same problem with the Americans if I go. Meanwhile, we were talking with Lockheed Martin. Because they knew we are negotiating for a visa, they were all informed of what was going on. Lockheed Martin asked me to go to Oxford in their headquarters. That time, they put a conference call with the 13 centers of Lockheed Martin to negotiate, to understand the technology that they could negotiate. After a long time, discussion with every station head asking questions, I was told and I was offered a very handsome amount to give all my technology and walk away, otherwise they refuse it. I said, my technology belongs to the world. The money you're putting on the table is less than what I'm worth. With Caroline, we were still negotiating with the Belgians. They asked us to go to Belgium, the flag, and they will look at it. We went home, we had a holiday home. You've seen the picture of it, it was our holiday home. Mr. Lorenz has put it all over the internet. We were there 3-4 weeks a year, maybe summer holidays. Going there, the flag told us there was a very big concern the first day of the meeting with flag. The guy didn't come. Caroline says, Mehran, there is something wrong here, let's go back. She still kicks me with it. She says, I told you don't go into that meeting with the guy from flag. We went in with a meeting which the flag set up with the professor at VUB of Belgium. I was told this professor within 7 days will assess your technology and then we take, if he says yes, we go further. It took 7 months. They kept me there every month, sending me a list of information. They were building my technology with me, answering them. At that time I was very innocent. Then they issued a report in March to the Belgian government. 2 type of report, one for me when I asked for it, one given. And what we found out later on from all the negotiation, we did all the explanation. I attended the university many times. They brought one of the top nuclear physicists called Dr. Deer. Is a beautiful nuclear physicist. She's extremely intelligent. They put like 2-3 hours interview with her. After 15 minutes, she got up, says to the professor, he has discovered the gravity. I'm not standing here. He's a genius. I'm leaving. You have to give him the right. And that was it. And then many times, meeting many top scientists, nuclear physicists of Belgium. Then in March, when I received the paper from Mr. Professor, he says that this is feasible, but it has to be assessed because he only studied the theoretical. Within a few days, I was told by the same flag organization, which is part of the Belgian structure, that they have found a company who can physically now assess the theory which has been approved by the Professor Van Overmeer. I attended the company called Werhard. At that time, father and son owned corporation. But me being very straightforward in my business life, our word was our bond. They said we would like to understand more. So for 3 months, more or less 2-3 times a week, I went to Werhard near Antwerp. We went through every fine detail structure, the reactors, system control, everything. All the documents are available and have been archived, registered by our notary in the courts of Belgium. And every time I went to the next meeting the next day, I wrote the minutes of what information I gave them the day before, and they signed for it. These are the information we received, is your intellectual right. After 2-3 months, when it was completed, they said, the technology is correct. We would like to build the first gravitational system. I heard one voice in the background in all our communication. I said, where does the money comes for this winding? We have somebody very influential. He controls the Belgian government. He will organize everything. They wrote an application form on the IWT, is where they get funds for development of new technologies. It's part of the innovation collection of the Belgian government. They fill the form in. I assessed this technology should not be more than 50, 100,000. I saw a figure of 1.4 million. I said to Mr. Verhaert, this is a stealing from your nation. He said, don't worry, this is how it's done. I said, I can't agree with this, but I don't want it to be this way. He said, you have to do it. We've drawn a contract. He said, you don't know the costs in the background. I said, no problem. They said, we're drawing a contract that between you and us, we develop the first gravitational space system. All those papers are part of registered with the government already with my notaries, so it can be published in the future. In giving me the contracts, I didn't know any lawyer who was scientifically knew what was on this paper, how was it, how much was it, and what it was. I called the same team in the structure of the Flemish government. I said, I need a lawyer to read this contract. They said to me, there is a man in Leuven. He's a lawyer of intellectual properties. He will do it. He knows what to do. That's his job. But don't forget, in the 3 months we were talking with the Verhaert group, a lot of time was referred to this powerful man. He has everything. And they gave me, and I met the guy once passing. But what was interesting, one day I was told, you cannot come. Prince Philip is coming to Verhaert. I said, with who? He says he's coming with our lawyer, Mr. Hans Brackenier. And I said, what's the reason? I said, we are presenting the technology to the prince. I said, my technology? He said, yes, because they have to see it. We need the governmental support. But they were presenting my technology to Prince Philip and Mr. Hans Brackenier there, but I could not be there. I thought this is not very good. There is something wrong here. I went with my car watching. How come I cannot be in the technology which I'm delivering and the prince is coming to see? Then I realized there was a connection between the prince and Mr. Hans Brackenier. I watched physical touch. I saw misconduct, but I thought that's their problem. Then I was told I can see Mr. Hans Brackenier, the lawyer who's going to protect my interest. When I walked in, I said to him, I was with Caroline, we waited, his office is above, I think it's a shoe shop on the 3rd floor or a clothing shop in Leuven. We hung around for about an hour or two because we got to Leuven very early. I was so anxious what's going to happen with this situation now. As the secretary opened the door and Mr. Hans Brackenier was standing in front of me, I said, excuse me, sir, aren't you the lawyer of Verhaert? He said, why? I said, isn't it illegal, Mr. Brackenier, to be a lawyer of the other side and trying to negotiate with me as you don't know nothing with me? That is a criminal offense, sir. He said, Mr. Keshe, sit down, I want to talk to you. I said, you're acting criminal because you've written the contract, now you want to negotiate with me on the contract you've already written for Verhaert? You can't be a lawyer on both sides. He said, you will understand, sit down. I wanted to leave. Caroline said, okay, let's sit down and see what this guy has to say. I said, I'm not staying here because he's writing his own stupid thing. I'm not a man. I've run international business for 25 years. I know this is a criminal offense. He says, sit down. He wrote 4 names or something and gave it to Caroline. He says, these organizations are going to kill your husband if he does not collaborate. I took it. Threw it back at him. I said, we are leaving. We are not talking to you. You're a criminal. I walked away, and that was the end of collaboration with Verhard. In that process, I came across, when I went to Belgium now, with another gentleman, a beautiful soul, a man I have a lot of respect for. We became friends, and I caused him a lot of problem because he tried to support me till we could get this thing, because I left everything in my businesses. I had no interest in business life anymore except seeing this project through. Me and Olivier, he set up the first Keshe Foundation Technology website with his brother. Beautiful family, beautiful people. And together we start looking how we can bring this technology. He says, I can see it. I've seen a UFO before, and I know you have the technology. That's what it was good. We start looking how we can do what. He was on a holiday. He called me on the phone, says, Mr. Keshe, I found out where we can find the funds. We can find the finance to be able to do it. The company is called IMEC in Leuven. We go there. They have angel funds. He came back from a holiday. We went to IMEC. In going to IMEC, we came across what they called eCapital. That's the name of financial side of the IMEC. In that meeting, there were 3 people, 4 people, me and Olivier. Very long room, maybe about 6-7 meters long, I don't know how long, with about 1.5 to 2 meters wide. It was a very narrow, long, it was like a pencil, and a table in the middle. We had to sit on both sides very tight. I explained my knowledge to this panel of 3 people, 4 people across the table, because we made an appointment, we brought the technology and they had the money. Amongst these 3 was a very big man, very chubby, very, not chubby, but very big construction. After I explained, he got up and he started walking across the length of the room. It just drove me crazy. I said, excuse me, can you sit down? He said, you know, sir, I was talking in the past few weeks or whatever, that somebody soon will discover the gravity, and you're in front of me and you've proven it is correct. I said, what do you mean? He said, you have discovered the gravity. I said, I know, but I have to make a system to work. He said, we can consider to finance you, but we want to understand all the technology behind it. I said, what's your name, sir? Who are you? He said, I'm Wim de Grave. I said, yes, Mr. Grave, who are you? What are you? He said, I see it, I finance it. We get the patents done because we have to put this in a patent. But before we put a patent, we want to see everything. I was very excited. I said, no problem, give me a few days. I came to Belgium with 2 or 3 suitcases of all the scientific papers to say whatever I say is correct, because there is a match for it. We had 2 tables in our house for like 10, 12 people in each room. It's a huge house in tables. And I put layers of research papers next to each other on all both tables covered. And I said, these are the support. I said this happens because of this paper. I said this is this because of this paper. All the research, scientific research supports it. He walked around, but I have to tell you something I missed. When we started with Mr. Olivier, he said, let's patent it. We went to a company in Belgium to give a patent. They asked for €3,500 from us, we paid for them to write a patent. Gavers, their name is. After 2-3 months, they were busy with it. They said, nobody can write a patent. This is a totally unknown technology. We can't write patents. Can we have our money back? They said, no. And they said, there is no. We own 85% of the patent companies in Europe, and we haven't found anybody who can write your patent. This is very hard to write in natural phenomena of the gravity. So we were looking for somebody to write this patent that it could be put out. Mr. Wim de Grave told me, we have somebody who can write a patent. At that time, I didn't see they were seeding their own people in. He said, I'll bring it with me, he have a look, and then he will write the patents for you. It's only one man in Europe who can do this. Again, they came a few days later. There he walks, Mr. Dirk Laureyssens. He goes through, we sit down, we explain to him and everything. He says, I can write a pattern. So we sat down in my house day and night writing the first pattern. We gave it to the Belgium European Pattern Division, and Mr. Wim de Grave said, I pay for it. We decided, 3 of us, we pay for it from the e-capital. We don't need to use the money up, because they thought they paid for the pattern, they'll have a full control. I didn't realize one thing at that time. We were told, and then we found out, Mr. Wim de Grave considers himself, and he is, the unknown son of the king. He told me, and then in a confirmation I asked Mr. Laureyssens. He said he says he is, but of course he knew, because they're all part of the same. He was brought in. They were good friends. We found out in very different ways the connection of Mr. Wim de Grave and Royal Family of Belgium. Now I'm working with 2 brothers. One brother in Berhard, which I got to know, and one lot now with Mr. Wim de Grave. Somehow the Royal Family splits everywhere. In that process, unknown to us, me walking out of the office of Mr. Hans Bracquenier, him being officially in office, he decided, I'm going to take revenge and I'll make Mr. Keshe a terrorist. And that's what he did. We never understood why we couldn't get anywhere. Now with the papers published, we understand Mr. Hans Bracquenier, with the description of Mr. Dirk, exactly how I became a terrorist. Because don't forget, Mr. Laureyssens used to be a civil servant working in the office where the patents were kept. So they knew how to write patent from what they took. In that process, we submitted the first patent. We submitted the second patent, but it was puzzling to me that Dirk doesn't see anything in reality with this. He's just taking information. And it's every time we went somewhere with this information, any meeting he became somehow disappearing. The meetings came to dust. And Caroline and I, we decided we don't work with Dirk anymore, because there is something wrong with this thing. I kept my distance for a while, in 2007, 2008. And in that process, my contact with him was through other people. Every time he found somebody to do something, Mehran, there is something here, can you come and have a look? I went to Iran. I was in Korea again through the same team as Dirk, who introduced us to, and now I know that team works with North Korea through Mr. Bracquenier for a sale of arms. As we understand nowadays, the nuclear weapon technology of North Korea is coming through Mr. Hans Bracquenier, as we've been told and what we read in the press. The position changed. By me going back to Iran and coming back without anybody knowing, Mr. Laureyssens forced Caroline to know where I am. And Caroline wouldn't say, because we organized with the Iranians that my wife receives money openly, not through the back doors, through the banking, because I don't want to be accused of terrorism or whatever. We transferred my wages from Iran to KBC Bank of Belgium. The bank wrote to Caroline after 2 payments that he cannot receive any more money from Iran. This was all organized by Mr. Laureyssens, that they could put pressure on a woman with a child in Belgium, that they could get her to talk. So he forced Caroline, you tell me where he is, I have to know where it is. So Caroline told him Mehran is in Tehran. Mehran is in Iran. He's working to develop Iranian space program. That point, the letter came from the bank. The money you're receiving is from Iran and cannot be done. So Mr. Lawrence knew now I'm in Iran. He had no clue because we had no meeting with him, we had no communication with him at that time to know we are in Iran. Don't forget, when I went in Iran, I went on crutches with Caroline to Orly, Paris, fly to Tehran on a white ticket. Not even the pilot knew I'm on the flight. I arrived in Iran, thanks to the Office of His Excellency President Ahmadinejad, greeted with the most courteous attention. They gave me every facility to develop this technology in Iran. I stayed 4.5 months. I came back. But that time, Dirk wanted to know to be there when I come back because Caroline would have picked me up. No, I go and pick Kesh up. I will do. So he turns up in Orly picking me up with all the reactors and everything because he now understand, had to tell his bosses I've got him, he's back. And then he came to me, don't forget, I arrived in October, early October. He says to me, why don't you write your technology? And I said, no problem, I'm sick, I'm sick of this game. I just come back from it. No, write. I said, I can write a book in 6 weeks. He said 6 months. I said, no, I write it in 6 weeks. And I wrote it in 6 months because we sat every day writing and writing and writing because the base of the book was already written. It was just to expanding knowledge more and more in it. And I found out from the time I started working with Dirk writing, I was getting very sick. I said, this is not good. Most probably I received a lot of radiation in Iran. What I didn't realize that he was giving me poison. Exactly the way he did with John in the Sensano. He was giving me poison in small dosages every day we met in the cafe. You know, this is how they killed most of their popes. And then the last day when we finished, we were going to publish the first hard copy. He said to me, walking across, he said, I'm hungry, I want to go for a burger. The cafe when we used, his house was nearly next door, a few 100 meters away, and this burger place, he said, there are a lot of stars happening in my eyes. I'm seeing a lot of stars. Me being very ignorant to these things, not understanding, he said, just have a look at the last bits. That's where he took a picture of me with the his Apple before he goes to do the first print hard copy. And that day was when he had a stroke. Because he knew the book is finished, I had to be given the highest dosage to die. But somehow I walked away with it. He took his own poison. This was a mystery to me till I got poisoned second time with John. I knew what they've done. Because if the book was written and my name wasn't on it, he would have published as his own. But unfortunately, after that, he gave the first print to be done. He wouldn't go to the hospital with the stroke he had. He got the key to the company to do it, and then we had to go and pick it up, and then he was then in the hospital. I had to do everything in the background. He did whatever he could. He poisoned himself, with it most probably panicked, had a stroke. In that process, I took him out of the hospital. I nourished him, I fed him. And I saw him, he can't even feed his mouth. I said, Dirk is finished, huh? But we have the knowledge, we can do it. And I made him system. I looked after him like a brother. And he stabbed me in the back. He actually now understand it was a poison for me, which he drank himself somehow by mistake. I shouldn't have been here. That picture you see with me sitting behind a computer has been published by him. That was the final picture supposed to be. In any case, he came out. We went into negotiation with General Motor when they went bankrupt. I agreed with the German government, I agreed with General Motor to take over the Antwerp plant, to carry on keeping 13,000 jobs. We could make the first machine which could work on the plasma technology. Chancellor of Germany, she agreed to support the work with 500 million. General Electric agreed to give 500 million, plus the factory that we keep the workforce going and going. I made a big mistake, thinking the man is a friend. He was in the hospital. I said to him, Dirk, I'm not going there. I want you to come with me, that we see everything. I went with his brother, picked him up from the hospital. We went walking across and through the General Motors. And that day was everything finished. The minute he walked in, the day after, there was no more negotiation. I couldn't understand. I negotiated, I traveled across Europe. The Germans were happy with it, everything. Then we found out Mr. Laureyssens has spoiled the whole contract with his contacts, with connection, to destroy that the technology doesn't come out. This became a rapid job. Every time he appeared in any negotiation, it fell through. I was invited for a second time to go back to Iran for completion of and understanding the work of the space of the Iran, space technology after 2 years. I landed in Iran. I was told, you better leave. There's a life danger. You could be killed here. We want you out of here as soon as possible. I left within 7 days. Then we had the disaster in Gulf of Mexico. I took a flight. I knew I can help. I got to stop in airport in Toronto for 11 days, being told I'm going to be killed every day, shot in the head. Justice of Canadian government. They put me in the detention center every night fighting. People will see me, they take a picture or not. They put me in the kangaroo court. They said to me, if you tell the judge why you are here, when you come out, we just put a bullet in your head. Canadians know one thing, only bullet. That nation should not exist. Shame on being Canadians, whoever you are. In so many ways, that was a turning point for me. 11 days watching what they are going to do. When it's going to be the bullet. They kept me awake day and night by marching outside the room. One day the guy came to me and says, you are going. I said, where? He says, you're going back to Belgium. I said, I was going to Mexico. Why should I go back? And this is what we decided. You're going back to Belgium. Tomorrow morning we pick you up, or tomorrow lunchtime, and you go back to Belgium. I said, no problem. They gave me my suitcases, everything they had. I had a huge amount of documents, everything with me. They gave me my suitcase. I packed them up, ready to go. The officer said, there's a mistake. You are never going anywhere. If you're going, we should know within 7 days. Nobody knows you're going. I called the guy. I said, what is happening? You tell me. He says, I'm coming with your extradition signed by the Prime Minister of Canada. He came. They took me to the airport. I returned back to Belgium. In coming back to Belgium, I saw Mr. Delannoy work. I came in touch with Mr. Delannoy because I knew him before. Now I understood. I was literally sold out by Mr. Laureyssens and by Mr. Delannoy, making sure that being on the terrorist list, they go through my suitcase and find whatever the technology I was carrying, which I haven't given to the Belgians, and they share it, looting it. In 11 days I was in the airport. There was a conference of 20 top world leaders, and Mrs. Clinton ordered for me to be kept in custody till the conference is over. Now she paid for the revenge of it. She crashed. The same, by hand of trying to go to Iran to negotiate peace, which I set up. Revenge of the God is very clear. I came back to Belgium and the harassment wouldn't stop. I wrote the second book, the third book, in a matter of 3 months, 4 months from each other. Published the second, published the third. And the harassment started. They came home, Mr. Delannoy came home beating Caroline up. And that was it, I left. The day before the day they come, and Mr. Delannoy, the police officer of Belgium, attacking Caroline, the man came up, 2 men came to the house, one with a hat on his head, very American hat. And he sat there. I said, it's a bit impolite to sit in the house with a hat on. He said, this is the way I sit, sir. I'm the police. I said, no problem. They wanted to know what I've done with my nuclear material. In that time, they confiscated my materials. You all know about it, the dilemma with the commotion with the Eindhoven, and then when we showed the nuclear reactors of the Iranian space technology, when Mr. Laurensens refused to leave the room if he was not handing over his camera or his telephone. I'm not leaving. Everybody else did except him. Now we know why. We showed the Iranian reactors, which I developed in Iran, with a pleasure, because when I left Iran, when I was leaving Iran, because my son was sick and Caroline would not come to Iran, President Ahmadinejad and Ayatollah Khamenei, they offered me a villa or an apartment on top of a building. It's the most beautiful building in Tehran, with its own swimming pool, 21 floor up, car going to the top. They said, this is an apartment for you because we know your wife is foreign and she likes to be free. Here nobody can see her. I called Caroline. I said, Caroline, I want you to come. They offered us a beautiful apartment. It's one of the most prestigious places in Iran. She said, no, I'm not coming. But I found out the pressure came, all the misconduct of the Mr. Laurensens, brainwashing Caroline under pressure, that if you go to Iran, blah, blah, whatever it was. I said to the Ahmadinejad's team, I cannot, because my wife is not coming. I can't live without my wife. They came back 2 days, 3 days later, they said, okay, Ayatollah Khamenei has decided we give you the Palace of Shah in north of Tehran. Be isolated that your wife will be free. Kaka Saadabad is known in Tehran. I called Caroline. I said, Caroline, they offered us a Palace of Shah. You'll be safe, you'll be kept in the way you like to live. You live in the palace, everything is there. She said, no, I'm not coming. The security people and the head of Ahmadinejad team at Al-Khamenei says, Mr. Keshe, you want us to give you the nation? We have offered you the palace of a king. We respect you that much. You're a crown jewel in the crown of Iran scientist. I said, I have a foreign wife. She doesn't want to come. They said, okay, we see you're always in problem with your wife. You love her so much. You want to be back with her. You've given us all the knowledge we need. You can go back home, but take everything with you. I said, what do you mean? He says, all the reactors you built, take it with you. You didn't hide anything from us. We know everything, and if you have anything, we come back to you. They packed all the nuclear reactors we built in Iran in boxes, all packed perfectly. No nation does this. When I came back to Orly, there were all the reactors with me, and that's what Mr. Laurensens had to report to his bosses. Now we realize he was an agent. He could not see what was in reactors completely, and in that presentation on 3rd of December 2011, we were showing it. He wanted to give pictures to his bosses. What it was not apparent to him. He saw one of the reactors, but not the flying system backup. None of the flight people up to now, even Arman, have understood what he has to do to fly. In that system was a flight system. I showed it. It's in front of people, they still don't see it, even today. On the 3rd of December, when they stopped our presentation on 26th of November, I said, we're going to show the power of this technology now that you disgraced us. You tried to disgrace us last week, but not showing the flight system. But I didn't know at that time that Dirk, with the help of the police, made this commotion. They blocked and they sealed my nuclear materials in my office. I was a criminal carrying nuclear material, but they left it in my lab and locked it to embarrass me in Eindhoven. And I said, we will show the power of the technology soon, on the 3rd of December. On the 4th of December, Iranian government captured the most advanced American airplane to show, shame on you. We are more advanced. We know now that that craft, you can buy it for less than a few $1,000s from Iranians. They replicated it. Then every time we came to work, to make something, to negotiate something, everything fell apart. 10 years we couldn't do anything in Italy, in Belgium. Even when I opened the Ninov Center, I kept it away from him because I knew he'd destroy it. And when I invited the 3 people who were there as directors of him and Olivier and another, the notary, after that, my problem started getting bigger because now he wanted to be part of it. You've seen him giving a lecture in there. Now he had to destroy us. We received all sorts of threats. Mr. Delanois forever threatening us. I have received many threats from Mr. Delanois in being killed. He's not a police officer, he's a murderer. And then my car got blown up with my sister in it. Then I was told by John, who came later on to work, to be a student in the Sensano, he said, they blow the car up, when you pull up on the hard shoulder, they come and put a bullet in your head. But my car carried on, so they couldn't put a bullet in my head. I asked the factory whether I took it for service, Mercedes, can I have the part? They said, no, it's disappeared, we don't know where it is. So we knew Mr. Delanois has taken the piece. Then we had a high chase, car chase on the Antwerp road towards Holland. We were going on a holiday. Again, guns being thrown out of the car when we got them and the police arrested them. The people just disappear. Mr. Delanois disappears anything because Mr. Delanois works with Mr. Hans Bracanier and they have a boss, now the King of Belgium, Mr. Philip. Then, after that incident, as I was writing the 4th book, in the mountains of Belgium, you've seen the pictures, out of nowhere appears the king. The Queen asked me, Mr. Keshe, can we talk to you? The King would like to speak with you. I said, I'm a simple man. He says, we know you, can we talk? We talked, was having coffee for about an hour and a half. It was clear it was intimidation talk. He said to me to leave my country. I said, I leave, you abdicate. And it happened exactly as I said. Then they came to the house, 6, 7 of them, with Mr. Delanois. This is the day after the Hatman appeared in my house to kill me. The Hatman, I spoke with my security people. They said he's a hitman. He's come to get rid of his own fear. And they want to make it an accident. And I just happened to be out. I wasn't expecting him the next day. I happened to be out in the lab where Wim de Grauwe introduced me to do some more development research. Caroline on the phone shouting, Mehran are in. And I drove back home with the fear that Caroline will be dead. I'll find the body. Delanois will shoot it. But the aim was to shoot me, not Caroline. Then in that process, as you know, when they confiscated my nuclear material in the box, they kept it in. A criminal is given his own tool of crime to look after. This is how funny it is. They find nuclear material in my house, they lock it in my lab and they said to look after it, which never happened. So it was a setup. We knew it was a setup. They put a committee for me to attend that I can hold nuclear materials or whatever. And the guy, the head of this, what I call group or judge of the this committee or meeting, he said to me, Mr. Keshe, leave Belgium. There are many countries, he said, leave Belgium. I said, we live here. He said, this is not your home, leave. We make you to leave. And they came to harass us and treatment. And when Caroline got beaten up, I said to Caroline, it's time to go. We packed 3 suitcases, we left for Italy. We thought we'd find sanctuary in Italy. But we found out we actually moved to Italy where there's a nest of the Queen of Belgium, she's Italian. And then the whole commotion of poisoning again started. They poisoned me, they poisoned my son, they poisoned Caroline to kill. I was bleeding, they couldn't understand how blood appears in my urine. Now we know it's a side effect of poisoning. Mr. John disappeared. All these are on the file. And now we know why. Mr. Hans Bracanier has made a terrorist out of me, but cannot show where is my terrorist tools. I teach peace. And they're trying to say, how can a man teach peace when he's a terrorist? Or he's doing something underneath. The only thing I'm doing underneath is to give from my soul that you elevate. I ask for the arrest of Mr. Hans Bracanier and Mr. Lauressens for attempt of murder and Mr. Delanois. I take this to the world. If you are a Keshe Foundation supporters, put this across the world. You all became terrorists because I stood for share of knowledge and peace. Mr. Hans Bracanier made a terrorist out of me. Now we know. Mr. Lauressens has written. That's how I became a terrorist. That's why the Keshe Foundation is not getting support internationally, because the first thing they open up is a terrorist. This has to be cleaned up. It will clean up. Now we understand from what is on the press, the two lovers have planned a lot. Mr. Braconier, make this public. You're a murderer. You have attempted my murder. You are a criminal. Mr. Hans Braconier, head of European Space Agency, I have documents to show you are and you planned to make me a terrorist and to murder me. I take you to European Court of Justice, to United Nations from today. I have no fear. You are the most piece of shit God ever created, Mr. Hans Braconier. How many scientists have you killed? We know many. Prince Philip of Belgium, you are not a king if you stand next to a murderer. You have to make your position very clear. Your Excellency, the King of Belgium. Your Highness is very high. You attempted murder of a child, my son, me and my wife. These are not allegations. You tell me on your diaries the date of your visit to Werhard. You are a prince. Your daily visits are recorded. You show me which day you came to Werhard with Mr. Hans Braconier with you. Unless you can clean it. If you're a correct king, put Mr. Hans Braconier on the judgment, the same as Delannoy. Mr. Laurensens has written how it's done. Please give this to all the news agencies. I have no problem. I'm not accusing. I'm telling the world. Because now it's in the news. Read it. Mr. Hans Braconier has planned my murder, my wife's murder, and my child to get access to plasma technology, which you all freely enjoying. And now he has joined the Illuminatis by threatening us, by false documentation, by false research papers breaking into the Keshe Foundation. That's why we withdrew all this cancer research papers which was shown through Tokyo. That's why we sent an email to all our supporters who went through the eye sample test which we did. They sent materials too that we returned, we supported, we replaced them, and were done by us directly. We don't rely. Because they went and they threatened the man who supported us with Fukushima to kill his child and his children, and then make it as a setup that they set us up. That's why we stick to the cancer research, but we have withdrawn all the papers from Tokyo. But on the other hand, two governments have set up parallel research which we are doing ourselves independently with collaboration of 3 professors to do it. Mr. Hans Braconier, you are a murderer. Mr. Hans Braconier, you have ordered my death, my execution by Mr. Delannoy. The case in the court of Belgium has to be heard. We have already written to the ambassador of the Belgium, but they look hiding. We ask for protection for my life and my child and my wife from United Nations. Because they will kill us. The plan is, the new plan is to execute in any shape or form. If I die, King of Belgium is responsible. Mr. Philip, you're not a king. You're a piece of God knows what. You allow others to carry murders in your kingdom. That's why it should be the end of kingship. A king protects his people, not kill his people. Mr. Hans Braconier, I make a call to you directly. Take me to court. Not for a slander, for attempted murder. I will call the European Space Agency this week and I ask for your resignation as a murderer. We put so much pressure on you till you put yourself forward. The same with Mr. Delannoy. You are a murderer, Mr. Hans Braconier, head of European Space Agency. You have murdered many pressurized. Now when I read the papers published in what is to be news, what is before news, it makes it very clear. You are nothing but a piece of shit. Not a man, a homosexual, a gay who finds through the bed of other men his position. Challenge me. I'll meet you in the court. Nobody can be the same. I challenge Mr. Clever Man, who's supposed to be the man of gravity. He disappeared because he hasn't challenged us. We send him a letter that you're nothing but a thief, stealing from people. We all know who it is. He's on a wheelchair sitting in England waiting to die. I'm not angry. My anger is we could achieve peace. We could have achieved the share of knowledge with humanity in a very easy way. Why should I pay, and my family pay, for a man who's a murderer? Mr. Hans Brackenier, you have a criminal record. I was told in Flemish office when I was there by the head of Flemish government. He is a criminal. We don't know how he's cleaning all his criminality. Mr. Hans Brackenier, Mr. Delanoë, police of Belgium, take me to international court or send me another patch to kill me. But now the truth is out. I've never make an accusation. I expect to see you in court. Take me to court and show me you never know me, you never met me, you never threatened me, you never been the internal lawyer for IMEC, internal lawyer for Warehouse, internal lawyer for every other agency that you could get your hand on, including veto of the Belgium nuclear industry. Your internal knowledge or connection and the threat you made to everyone has made you a very powerful man. But now you're diminished, you're demolished. You're a terrorist and you make others terrorists. Those in the Illuminatis who thought that they're going to reveal that they sent powder to the Keshe Foundation supporters as what we're testing, we have already informed our people in writing, and most of them who received it, they supported, they knew what it is, what you've done, and the same with other trials. We have withdrawn the Tokyo trials because we have realized there is partially friction and everything else. I was with American Security Services 2 days ago. Your people, Illuminatis, who you sent trying to destroy us, all his details, all his communication is in hand of FBI and CIA. Your bank account in America, you asked for a ransom, has been opened. The bank account for ransom in Tokyo has been given to the Japanese Security Services and it's in their hand. You made a threat, you're going to make videos to say everything was fake. Thank you very much. We informed all our people in advance that this is Illuminatis trying to discredit the foundation. But the beauty is, we already knew and we already started a new research and development for proof of all the clinical trials by 2 different governments, which means your threat is not there. You asked for 38,000 euro to be paid in Bank of America by Friday, otherwise you're going to make videos. We already spoken with Bank of America and FBI. Please look after your account. You told us to pay 38,000 by Friday to the bank in Japan where we paid you for you and your family to live and have a mortgage. We thought you're researchers. The bank has already been informed. Please contact the Foreign Office of Japan. They are having you on the run. Please go to your bank. There will be no money in there 38,000 tomorrow. Make as many videos as you like, because we realize, as you said in your communication, you work for an Italian group which is part of the Queen of Belgium's operation. Very powerful group, as is in yours. It's very interesting. I'm a very silent man, but I talk very direct. The reason is, I want to ask you something. You listen to the life story of the Keshe Foundation and you are all part of it. I've asked my team to make a stand. The Illuminatis, the family of the King of Belgium, have asked us as a Keshe Foundation to pay 38,000 into United States bank accounts and to a Japanese bank account where we supported, we thought we paying mortgage of the gentleman and his lifestyle that he could do research for us. Now they say is the evidence you're paying us to make a report. We didn't. We work very clearly and company. We have received an extortion request by what we see. He says he's the Illuminati. All the things has been given to the American government security. They downloaded the phone 2 days ago, and it's been given to the Japanese security too. So what we want to ask you, I told you, you have to start learning from me, being correct. We are opening a poll.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
Just before you do that, the Facebook is about to go off, so I'm just going to restart it here. Can you just hold on one moment while I restart it?
No problem. Tell me when you want me to back on. We wait till, because the Facebook has a 4-hour limit, and we are reaching the 4 hours. When you started, please tell me, Vince, we carry on.
Okay, we will.
Is it done? Please do not speak anywhere in the back. Make all the microphones switched off, please.
It's not done yet. Just a moment, please.
I'm waiting. It's for those of you who listen on other channels. Now you understand the history of where you are. If we stand weak, they will push. We stood very strong.
I'm going again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I thank you all Keshe Foundation supporters worldwide. You have to learn. If we give up this time to Illuminatis, we give up totally. They'll dictate to us. I'm going to open up and read it to you, what they've said in their communication. They say we are Illuminatis. We are the most powerful Italian group. And their job is to end Keshe Foundation. That's in their writing. We're going to publish these that you can see. And then you understand what has been going on in the background. The Queen of the ex-Queen of Belgium, the whole structure of the Italian mafia organization, as they call it, has been in operation to discredit the foundation. We release all their communication. And what is very interesting for us is that we want to ask you something. I'm going to read it to you. This is the last communication from this group. They say, they asked us, it says, this is our last communication. We will start debunking on next Monday unless we observe funds in the bank account by Friday of this week, which is tomorrow. I'll be going as a Keshe Foundation people, pay money to mafias, pay money to Illuminatis. It says, depending on your stance regarding our payment, we may have to reveal that email account provided, that everything has been fake. We set you up to destroy you, to destroy the Keshe Foundation. It says they'll be done on Monday, unless otherwise we receive a fund are received by then. And after a series of YouTube videos will start to appear saying that I was just a paid con artist. But what is interesting in part of their work is that we all seen the guy. You all know the guy. The guy infiltrated, they came into the Keshe Foundation. He says, please think and decide if your organization can survive from this, which is when we make the videos to say everything is fake. If you trust yourself, then you go. Option 1, they gave us 2 options. They make a video and destroy us, or we pay 68,000 euro ransom. All the copy of the conversation has been given to the Japanese government officials and the CIA and FBI in their embassies. So what we are telling you is officially Keshe Foundation has received a ransom note from the Illuminatis. They say they are Illuminatis, this is the money they want, and they're asking for the ransom to be paid by tomorrow. What I want to ask you as a follower of the Keshe Foundation is the following. We're putting a voting right on the screen. Can you please put that on the screen, please? Those of you who can vote. Stanley, can you put it up, please? You have to decide. Keshe Foundation supporters worldwide, wherever you are, you can vote. Is Keshe Foundation and supporters of Keshe Foundation are going to give money or pay ransom to Illuminatis, to Mr. Hans Brackenier, to the King of Belgium, and to Mr. Delanois. They have asked us to pay by this Friday. That's tomorrow. In the bank account number, American Bank 0046371897885. Swift code BOF AUS 6S. This is Bank of America. Are we going to pay the ransom 34,000 by Friday? Those who say no, tell us no. They want 34,000 to be paid. This is the second question. Is the Keshe Foundation, as you members, are we going to pay 34,000 to Shenzi Bank in the account of the number they have given us for a ransom? Is Keshe Foundation going to pay ransom to stay? It says, dear Mr. Keshe, as we have discussed, there shall be no further issue regarding this issue. However, you will need to reimburse us. They've already been paid over nearly 100,000 for us to supporting. We would like to know, are we as Keshe Foundation receive life threat and back off and run? Or as they say, they are Illuminatis and they want to see the end of Keshe Foundation. Are we going to pay to Illuminatis? They say they are Illuminatis and they've been 3 years setting us up. So my question to the Keshe Foundation followers is, do we pay ransom to Illuminatis, to Hans Brackenier, that they can make a video and embarrass us that they gave us false papers, and we've taken everything else because it was easy for what they did for us to do it. He says, if you pay us 15,000 a month, then we can carry on with the same scam. We never get involved in a scam. And the funny thing is, we have to understand if the Keshe Foundation is going to work with the Illuminatis. We have spoken with the intermediary group of TEPCO. They say the gentleman used to work for them with TEPCO. So we knew the man was exactly what it says, TEPCO operation was there. But what is in criminal now, they have copied letterheads and everything of the banks. And the Japanese government and TEPCO are furious how these people have used their name, forged, and now they ask for a ransom. I have no problem. If you, as the followers of Keshe Foundation, tell me to pay the ransom, we pay. The full text will be published on the Keshe Foundation website. Everything will be saved. What is interesting for us is that how much do they see us as a threat? I tell you how much they see us as a threat. It's the old order. What they say, it says, I will know your decision on Monday, which is next Monday. When I check bank accounts, 68K or 50,000 K per month. He says, live in the moment, not in the future or in the past. So, I want to ask Keshe Foundation supporters, are we going to pay ransom to the Illuminatis? Is Keshe Foundation so scared of its discovery for peace for man that we have to pay ransom to Illuminatis? Or do we stand for them to make some videos and make a joke with it? And we stand. We preempted them. We informed everybody who was involved everywhere that we're replacing whatever, and everything we did was done on a good faith. People we thought we know, but in fact, it was Illuminatis have set themselves up. This is an embarrassment for their agents. This is an embarrassment what they thought. And what is very interesting, I read you the line of communication from 3/16 of last Tuesday. It says, I was forced to feed you, otherwise my family will be killed. I am sorry. All others, all the papers are real. All the scientific papers 1 and 2 are real, because we kept on asking him. I said, is the toxicity report correct? He says yes. I said, is the cancer paper 2 correct? He says yes. And then it says the third paper, exception of the photos of the mice, the results are correct. We are not taking it. One person says pay them. So you are Illuminatis. Thank you very much. Please keep this name. We want to know who he is. Now, it says, I have too much pressure in my life and 2 options, to stay alive and protect my family. It says, I will post 2 posts, a video on YouTube saying that TEPCO results were fake and all the tests were fake. So, but the interesting thing is, or it says, I will disappear forever and cause no further issues to you, but I need some money to do so. And then he says he wants to open an Italian restaurant in Los Angeles. That's why we spoke with the Americans. They're waiting for you to open your restaurant, sir. And then it says he's an actor. He says his wish is this. And then he says, I work for a powerful group in Italy that are related to Illuminatis. And then that's where everything came in. He says there is nothing wrong. And it goes on. They want us to be, it says, for the last hours, I prepare a video and I confess everything as fake. And this will give a big dent to your organization. Normally, I have no emotion in my assignment. And then it says, I feel like I have to retire. I want to disappear. It says both options. 1 was for them to make a video to discredit us, or 2 to pay €68,000 ransom. He says, I take option 2 if I was you. And then he goes on, we can read it for you. So I get 98% except 1% who must be Illuminatis to pay ransom to know who it is. I'll read it for you more. We'll publish this on the Keshe Foundation website. It is very interesting what it does. But at the end of it, what the reason they give us is very, very interesting. It shows who's behind this. The beauty of it is this. They say our technology is fake and they want to stop it. But interesting enough, in another part of me pushing for him to confess what's going on and what has been, is that he says, I have to read it for you that you can understand fully. The communication says, in essence, that the technology is too dangerous. It allows too many people to survive. And so it means they've tested it, they know. He says our option and what we want is to keep the world population to 500 million. With your technology, there'll be too many people and they cannot live. So many. I said there is an option, we open the space. He says no, we want 500 million to survive. So if our technology is wrong, why do they see it as allowing to man to exist. So there is nothing wrong with the technology. These are how they see themselves. And this is very interesting for us, is that if our technology was wrong, why do they want to discredit it? Why do they want to create it? And if it's so wrong, why do they have a worry that the, the population will increase so much that this planet cannot hold? This means the technology is 100% correct. This means that they have the fear that now that we develop such a perfect technology, human race will go into space and they lose control. So Illuminatis, or the head of Illuminatis, the guy who says pay us, it says, I read it to you. This is the exact word. I got to bring it that you can retain. It says, I read it back to forth. It says, we did this not for money. I said to him, he says, I said, what is your last donation? He says, I will let you know this week, although I prefer option 2. I may not be able to allow to do so. I said, what does it mean? He says, I have to discuss this point with my team. I said, and what does that mean? He says, we did this not for money. I said, for what then? To destroy your organization. I said, why? We help people. He says, sometimes helping people is dangerous. I said, so what? So what are you doing then? He says, things need to be in place. I said, like what? He says, order from destruction. I said, who's destroying? He says, new world order. I said, we all make it a better place. He says, we are. I says, so where are we going? He says, we too, our way are different. I said, I want to build a better future. He says, we too, our way are different. I said, which way different? He says, world population is too much. Need to reduce to 500 million. I said, is this that the GAN save lives and works to improve life? He said, read Malthus. I said, and you know this? What is Malthus? It says, in the bacterial community, if you constantly give food to bacteria, they reproduce, no space to move then, and all die. This is Malthus' theorem. With your way, we will all die, which means it saves life, it will be billions of us. He said, with our way, some of us will survive. This is Illuminati's way of trying to kill, if you understand. I went and I checked, what is this Malthus? It says population when unchecked goes to doubling itself every 25 years or increase in a geometric ratio. Anyway, at the end it says there'll be no food. But this is on the old assumption that the food will be scarce. With the GANs there is no scarcity. And I explained that. So I said, so with this technology, every being is given a chance to live. So between your way and my way, you must compromise, compromise of a space to travel to. Then this theory does not hold. Universe is too big and can accommodate all men. This is the beauty of the new knowledge. He said, we start dealing with you thinking your claims are real. I said they are real. And then the guy debunks himself. What we have received from him, his last communication this morning, he says, I have no money and I will seriously blow this off. I'm desperate and nothing to lose anymore. Because now the mafias, the Illuminatis, he exposing himself, have refused to pay him too. He says, reminder, the fines have not arrived. This is our last communication. We start debunking on Monday. But we already debunked you, sir. We have already debunked you. Because we have released everything which is known. You're in the hand of the FBI and CIA. We had a in-depth meeting. This is one of the pleasures of my past life work. I work with the security people like brothers. And they understand when I make a point. When I told them about Alan Sterling, you've seen what happened. Now we wait and see what happens to this guy. Please write, these are the bank details they've given us, we have, and they want us to pay it. And this is very clear. That's why we knew what's going on in the background, and a lot of you asked us if we can publish, give you the blueprint of research 1 and 2 and 3. We have it, we will not publish it. We have come to an agreement with a governmental organization with 3 professors in 2 different countries to replicate the technology. We know the technology from injection and powder is 100% non-toxic from other research we have, but now they want to make it as it is. What is interesting is we have received this threat. We discussed it in details with the American intelligence services, and we need to understand that, are we going to pay ransom to Illuminatis? Our Keshe Foundation is strong, one of the leading organizations in the world. It stands against Mr. Hans Brackenier, Mr. Lauressens, the King of Belgium, the Illuminatis, as they say who they are. We are not coming up with anything fake. This is all in black and white. I can put a camera and you can see all of it. I can open the cameras and you see line by line. But what we do, we publish this as a hard copy that it can be used in the court of law. In so many ways, now it shows we are so correct that we have made one of the most oldest establishments in hijacking, kidnapping, murder, extortion, which is the Illuminatis, to come openly public. And they do not know what I carry in me. I have no fear. Keshe Foundation, the way I've teach and the way I've set it up is so solid that all of us stand with our lives to change the course of humanity. It needs a lot of trust in yourself to release such a thing the way I'm doing now. It comes out of confidence and not out of fear. It comes out of knowing what I do is correct for humanity. That is made all this establishment, the Illuminatis, where the origin actually comes from Iran, are now seeing us as a threat because they cannot do what they want to do. I have a message for you people at the Illuminatis. Come and sit down and let's talk the new way. But this time every man has to be free. I don't reject you. I embrace you as brothers, that through it we find peace. Through it you change your ways to our way. That now we open the space and with it we find peace for humanity. In the writings you've done to me, which will be published, it shows you know the technology is so 100% correct. It says, we did this not for money, but to destroy your organization. So I want to know if the Keshe Foundation is going to be destroyed by this, what I call intimidation, by this ransom. They're asking us, we are not paying. You make as many videos as you like, and we have already written to all our people that they're going to receive an email from you. They're all waiting, and we pass it on to Interpol. The more you send to us, the more we'll have for you to spend a good time in a very nice places in Tokyo or in United States. We have to understand, the Bank of America, just 1 second please. The Bank of America, in the name of Mr. Cansul, C-A-N-S-U-N-A-L, account number 004637189787. We have spoken to the bank officers. The email account used for Mr. Cansul is CANSUNAL yahoo.com. Write to him and tell him we don't pay a ransom. Keshe Foundation, collectively, 99% on the international board has accepted that we do not pay ransom. Even though you have copied the letterhead of TEPCO with Ms. Honda, and they already know. He has given the name of his wife, Mr. Mario Sicko, M-A-Y-U-R-I-S-E-K-O. Bank account number 100-54560, Bank of Tokyo, Mitsubishi UFC. We give you his home number too, is Tokyo, Mishutoko Sakamachi, Nishitokyo, and then Sakaemachi, 1-1-28-408. Telephone number, you can call the wife, 0081-090-611-510066. You tell Mr. Counsel we are not paying a ransom. The other ransom, 38,000, is to be paid to Bank of Shinzei, S-H-I-N-S-E-I, Bank, Tokyo. Is called, the account number for it, this is where we thought we pay his mortgage, is account number 0384425. And this is where we thought we are helping a man without money and home. And in so many ways, he has produced so many fake letters through help of the Illuminatis that to let us to believe whatever they did is correct, but they didn't know that we are working in the background and we could see a lot of things. The bank they want for us to send the money to is, as I said, Shinzei Bank, account number 5300384425. The other one I gave you, which was 00384425, was for his mortgage for the house. We thought we keep the man and his wife after he lost his job with TEPCO. And his private bank account he wants us, you can write to the bank, is 5300384425, SWIFT number LTCBJBJT. That's J for juice. And so I get a result from you. Thank you for your trust in the foundation. 99%, 139 of you voted. We do not pay ransom to Mr. Counsel and the Illuminatis. I told you we become too powerful because, as they say, their fear is they want to destroy us. We have spoken with the Messe Shoki Co. Messe Shoki was the intermediary between Keshe Foundation and TEPCO. They have confirmed Mr. Counsel used to work for them and he was the intermediary between the two. We have spoken with TEPCO. TEPCO confirms our work, that what they were doing was, and they closed the section off after the revealing that we work with TEPCO. We have spoken in past 4 or 5 days with officers inside Messe Shoki in Tokyo. They confirm, yes, he is correct. Mr. Counsel has been there, but what we don't understand and what is his problem is how they changed side after getting sacked from the company for revealing to us that they're working for TEPCO. So now we see we are staying very open. We are not paying the ransom. Thank you very much. I knew by bringing this to you, I get the answer that we have a full support from you. Illuminatis of Italy, Mr. Hans Brackenier, King of Belgium, Mr. Philip, with your mother Italian, we are not paying you the ransoms. My foundation has decided we stand exact, we stand correct, and we will not pay the ransom. Sorry, you will not see anything in the bank. Please make this viral, go on the internet and put it on. We release all the copies of the communication on the internet as extortion by Illuminatis. My openness has been the strength of the foundation. Your devotion to serve humanity is the strength of the foundation. We've seen how much for past months, while the Illuminatis in Japan pressure were trying to force different ways. On the other hand, their collaborator, Mr. Lorentzens, was forcing on the internet. You have no more credibility. On the other hand, we've seen the police force and judiciary work in Belgium trying to make a criminal out of us. They said by summer of this year there'll be no Keshe Foundation. They wipe it out of the internet. Now I take it to them. Mr. Hans Brackenier, issue me a warrant for a slander. I request the King of Belgium, King Philip, issue me a warrant for a slander. I'm not a terrorist. You have terrorized the whole world. You have stopped the technology development because of your relationship, as we read in this text on the internet. He brought you to work hard to see what a lover gives to another as a gift. This technology belongs to humanity. Those of you who want to know what it is and pass it around the world, just go to a very simple place. It's on the internet. The title is go before it's news.com and write the unknown Queen of Belgium and the Vatican. This is an article which is published on the news on the internet in past few days. And at the bottom of it, my name, my documents from Mr. Lorentzens has appeared. It reveals a lot. We do not stand ransom. We do not stand blackmail. We do not stand that you think 500 million should be good. We think 7 point whatever billion, and every life which is created now, this second, is precious. And we save it, and we preserve it, and we respect it. We have the technology, and if this is your fear that now with this technology it'll be too many like bacteria, you are the bacteria of the life of the man. Pack up and leave. We are here to serve as Keshe Foundation. And as long as I'm alive, and I thank my wife next to me, we serve humanity. Like every other one of you. We all have done this. We all do this for the love of what we have for each other. And we have found a solution. We have found such a solution that the Illuminatis have spent 3 years trying to discredit. Now with Mr. Lorentzens and his websites and the rest. My wish and my prayer for you, Dirk, is you find peace with your soul. I cannot hate you as enemy. Nobody has served the foundation better than you in spreading knowledge and writing it. I thank Mr. Hans Brackenier in allowing, by stopping it, slowing it down, that so many other people are. But now it's for you lot to be stopped, and we stop you. Please send a copy of this, which is track record, separately to the European Space Agency, to Mr. Hans Brackenier, to anybody you know. In what you believe, in what you do as a Keshe Foundation, as we are here to change, has been threatened by ransom by Illuminatis. Now they have to answer. We open our doors. There were some Illuminatis in the Keshe Foundation teaching. We have closed their accounts as of yesterday. A lot of work has been going in the background in silence with us in different ways, diplomatic, political, to make sure that we stay on course. I have no fear. My only biggest fear was I would not be able to share my knowledge. And in so many ways I have managed to do so. I thank you all for being there. I thank the Keshe Foundation team, being from every single one of them. Caroline, women in our rank, Ella, Sandy, many others, Vince, Stanley, Rick, everybody else, Armin, we all stood for one thing, and we will stand more, the correctness, that we can serve humanity. We have received the first open ransom and we shared it. People do it in the committees and in the back room, how are we going to handle this, are we going to pay the ransom? You are my committee on the internet. You decided, not me. Are we going to pay the ransom to Illuminatis, to Mr. Lorenz and his team, and to Mr. Hans Brackenier, which is part of the team, to King of Belgium? What I don't understand is what is 68,000 euro will do to the pocket of a king and the Illuminatis. I tell you what it's do. If I would have paid in silence, they would have said, you see, he paid to keep it, that is hidden, that we did that, and then there would have been something else. This time we don't pay, we are free men, as the space is. The biggest calculation that they can bring us down has become their downfall. Now Illuminatis officially have written that they have threatened Keshe Foundation. It's in black and white. And Sir is in the hand of the Secret Service, CIA, FBI. I had a beautiful time with them in the embassy. I thank the officers of the American Security Services. I always had a good collaboration and cooperation with them. I thank the security officers of Japanese embassy who took all the information. You will receive the knock on the door, not me. And if you're still free, they buy your freedom, or you manage to be somewhere, please inform the security services, FBI, that this account number has asked for a ransom. We put all these pages on the internet, read it, distribute it, and write to Kansonil@yahoo.com, say we are not paying the ransom, supporters of Keshe Foundation. They had the list of all the people who received the powder. We already informed our people. They all know that Illuminatis play the game. But this time they lost, because the feedback we have from them is, it'll be interesting to see now the placebo is not working, the real one does, because we had the placebo. You actually send the placebo that we know how our people feel and how they feel again. They just send a simple dietary powder instead of what they said they will send the GANs to discredit. It's no problem. Is there any comment from the Keshe Foundation how we see this? Are we paying now, or do you want to announce anything, or you want to say anything? Is this the correct way to stand to Illuminatis and to the Rothschilds and to the King of Belgium? There should be no king in Belgium after what we've seen. They're openly as asking for ransom. I'll leave the floor to you if you want to make any comment.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes, Azar.
The guy was talking about the cancer processing. He's the one?
Yes.
Oh, my
It's
God.
all correct. All the cancer results are all correct. They just played the last page slightly different. Don't forget, we have results from non-toxicity and the cancer from other directions and injections, which we are replicating it for a second and a third time. This is, I've showed and I discussed this with the government officials, and it's going to be done this way, that governments are going to supervise all the trials from now on. Because there was a flaw in it, is that as Keshe Foundations, we paid for the research. So what they said, like the other pharmaceutical people do, you could influence the result. So we already have started the process. It's got nothing, had nothing to do with this because of what we were doing in the background with other things. The CO2 is totally non-toxic, absolutely non-toxic. And it does have effect on the cancer. It's just that they created a lot of things from other papers to fake it, but they realized we caught them too early in the process. That's why, if you remember, in this last week, Thursday, I did not speak anything about the cancer process, deliberately, because legal, what you call it, investigation was going on, that to open the documents and see exactly what it was represented, the way it's represented. The Keshe Foundation websites have been cleaned up, if you go back, of all the 3 papers, till our new trials confirm the same, and we put the same papers back up again, as it comes from the laboratories. This shows how much they've been busy for 3 years trying to discredit. They have forged the email of TEPCO and offices of TEPCO, which is a criminal offense. They have forged documents of the university, which is a criminal offense, using name and office position. We understand what is interesting. As I read you, he says they have threatened to kill me and my wife and my family. This is what we saw with Alex. This is what we saw with many Keshe Foundation supporters. It took me 2 months to negotiate to bring Alex back into Keshe Foundation. He's a beautiful asset. I adore the guy. The same thing with other scientists who received threats, like Peter. These are Illuminatis. Now for the first time they open their hand in black and white. They made a threat to me, and like many of you backed off and you scared and you thought they're going to do something with my family, I didn't back off because I'm correct. I have no fear.
Mr. Keshe, I think they're stupid because, as you know, and I mean, I know and you know, that doctors all over the world, they already, for the past 3-4 years, they're injecting the CO2 and the gases and treating so many patients in so many levels. I mean, they just don't understand.
Yes, but they had to show who they are.
Yeah, they're very stupid, I guess. You know, that's all I can say.
But we brought it on the table. That was one of the reasons we discuss it this way. If they make videos or whatever, you just connect it, we know who they are. If they try to make for more ransom, we see who they are. We're not paying the ransom. Please write to cansonel@yahoo.com and tell him we are not paying your ransom, Keshe Foundation. The way they gave us the fake email of the chancellor of the university, write back on the same chancellor email, you're fake, we are not paying the ransom. All these emails connect back to Illuminati's head office in Italy. So just write to them, like you wrote to do, like whatever else. This is what it is. I keep the Keshe Foundation very open. I keep the Keshe Foundation extremely transparent, because that's the only way. I see the soul of the man, not the physicality of the man. those who will write whatever, we know they are part of Illuminatis because we have it. I'm going to send this out as a threat of the Illuminatis on Keshe Foundation. And if they've been so stupid, they thought they can threaten me to close and give in and pay a ransom, and then they say, you see, he paid a ransom, we get more and the rest. I sat on a laugh with the CIA officers 2 days ago in the embassy. They said, Mr. Keshe, do they think you're that weak? We haven't managed to bring you down, let alone this lot. I'm strong because I believe in freedom of the man and the peace. Don't be scared. If you receive next time a threat, you've seen it here, be stand enough, send it back to us, we handle it. You've seen the guy who made a lot of life threat to kill the children from Austria. We published his name and his telephone number, his address. He's disappeared. Now he works in the back with Lorescence. The biggest gift to us was given by the ones who damage us most. The way Lorescence has explained how Hans Brackenier has structured to make me a terrorist has become a laughing stock in the security services. I said to the Americans, now am I a terrorist or you tell me it's here? They've written themselves. Who's made me a terrorist? King of Belgium. They still live in a cuckoo land. They think it was the olden days. Now is the internet, computers, people can read, people can share. I told you, those who go to harm us, they serve us. Anybody, even if they go to harm you, they serve you. You've seen what Lorescence has put on the internet in past year, but look at what is done 4 years before, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, writing the history of how they do it, because he used to be part of the process. You do not know how it's done till you are in it yourself, done it yourself. And they were building a pressure from internet. You saw suddenly 2 women appeared somewhere else, another third one. We told you the guy in Korea is Illuminati. Now you see him, how they come. They were pressurizing us on each direction that suddenly we disappear. But now it's on the table. I want to know how a man who terrorizes and kills has become the head of European Space Agency. This has to be answered in European Parliament. How can a man who has threatened to kill another scientist heads as the head of the space agency, where the other man is the head of a spaceship agency? These are a lot of questions we have to ask. I see 169 people, 99% have voted. We are not paying the rent. I wasn't going to pay, but I needed a confirmation to know the people who are around me think the same as me. I love you, I adore you, the whole lot of you. I pray for your souls. If we have managed to put Illuminatis on the track to shake, that they spend so much time and money, we are correct. Any comments? Or shall we celebrate our freedom from the hand of Illuminatis and Hans Brackenier?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I think we should celebrate.
If there are no other comments, we close for today. But
Mr. Keshe, this is Gatua.
Yes.
I
Yes.
want to thank you very much for that exposure and for your enlightening lesson earlier. Thank you very much. And
You're
I
welcome.
fully support you and Keshe Foundation. Always.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The process has to be correct, and I think this is the correct way to handle it. They have exposed themselves to be the Illuminatis and a strong power, Italian power source. So now we know if anything happens where it's come from. Thank you very much. we call it a day, and I hope we have broken through the ice of control of humanity. What it saddens me, why should be 500 million? They decide. We decide. Let it be 100 billion. We can take it. The universe is so big and we have the knowledge. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe, and that'll be the end of the 171st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 11th, 2017.
Can I say one thing, please, before you close?
Sure.
Is number 9, 171.
Ah, yes. I said that to Guy before the workshop, yes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful number, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Let us build on it.
Okay, very good. So we'll end the live stream for today. And if anyone has any questions, we'll hold them over till next workshop. Okay, I'll end the live stream.